Welcome to the 98% Podcast, where we hear real stories from real people. And I'm here with Tony McKee. So, Tony, tell us a bit about yourself.
I'm Tony McKee. Anthony Robert McKee by birth.
Yeah. And you went by Green for the longest time.
Yeah, I was going to
we all thought that forever.
Tony Green.
Yeah.
I went by Tony Green, even though that wasn't my legal name ever, for most of my childhood, all the way up until junior high.
Yeah. I remember when you told us, I remember you told us, like, it's McKee, and we're just all like, wait, what?
So,
Yeah.
Kindergarten through 6th grade, Tony Green. 7th grade through forever, until now,
Yeah.
Tony McKee, which I don't think that rings as well as Tony Green. Anthony McKee sounds better than Tony McKee, to my ears.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, and that was just, which is funny because even though it changed, I was Tony Green until all through high school. No one ever adopted the McKee. I think a lot of times I get that a lot in like roll call.
Yeah.
Anthony McKee, and no one knew
Anthony McKee, who is that?
who's that guy. And I think that was just kind of ignorance on my mother's part. I don't say ignorance in a bad way,
Mm-hmm.
but my parents married after I was born,
Mm-hmm.
and then they were both super young. So I think she thought that once they got married, I just took the last name. Just had no idea, like, you have to change all that. And so every time we signed up for something on a roster or whatever, it was always Anthony Green. And then I remember getting in like 7th grade when you got to start taking physicals and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, and they were like, something's not matched up here. You know, who's Tony Green? Who's Tony McKee? And so, yeah, we had to change it. And there was discussion for a long time that we'd officially change my last name to Green because I'm the only McKee out of a household of Greens.
Yeah.
And never got it changed. So here I am. And now I have my own little family, and we're all McKees, and I can't, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was that. So that's my name. We got that far. About myself, how detailed? Doesn't matter.
As much as you want. We can go as long as we want.
Okay.
Yeah.
35 years old, which is hard for me to believe. And I'm a father of 2, married. I've been married for a long time. This was just this past June was me and my wife's 12th anniversary, 11th anniversary, 12th anniversary. Sorry. She's going to see that and be really upset. But she knows just as much that I am terrible with dates and times. And the other day I had to ask her how old I was.
Dude, I did that too.
I'm really, really awful. Yeah, sorry. Well, our oldest daughter, Molly, is 11. And she was born right at, I think we just celebrated our 11th year. And if it's 12th year, bonus. Yeah.
Sweet.
So, yeah, I'm terrible. I have to ask my parents every year what their birthdays are. Can never remember them. So it's awful. What else about me? I don't know.
I mean, you play drums.
I play drums. Yeah, I'm a musician. I do it, I guess you could say semi-professionally. Yeah. I have a, 9-to-5 job, career, however you want to look at that. But I stay busy through the year playing gigs, sometimes with multiple bands or people, Lately, it's just been with one group of people. Um, but it's nice getting out there and playing.
Yeah.
Make a little bit of money doing it. It's fun. You know,
That's nice.
if I'm not playing, I get really restless. It's not good for me. So,
Yeah.
yeah. And then outside of that, work in the mental health industry. Been doing that most of my adult life. Took a hiatus in the middle because it's taxing to work in that industry and work one-on-one with people that need a pretty significant amount of help.
Yeah.
And it takes a toll on yourself. You know, it's rough. So I took a little break in the middle. I was also super young, so I wasn't very good at managing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I remember you telling me some wild stories.
Yeah, there are some
Yeah.
wild things that you
Yeah.
and never prepared for it.
Yeah.
Now nothing's wild.
Really?
Yeah, once you get the
It makes sense.
once you get the first few years under your belt, you know, working in residential treatment, yeah, you have all these wild things that pop up, you know, and it's one of those things where it is literally, you won't believe what happened at work today, you know?
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, you get desensitized a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's always kind of funny because I remember thinking things would be crazy or out of the ordinary or just strange or how do I cope with this? You know?
Yeah.
And there would always be these people that I'd work with that just seemed so unfazed. And I always go, why aren't you reacting the way I am? And now I'm one of those people.
Yeah. They've just had so many experiences.
Yeah, I'll have someone that's pretty
yeah.
Green or new to the industry,
Uh-huh.
not used to this type of work, and they'll lay out a scenario, and it's that's what we do. That's how it goes, and yeah, never a dull moment ever working. You know, especially working with kids, adolescents.
Yeah.
You know, because kids are wild. You know,
Yep.
the wildest times of your life, you're a kid. You know, and so you know you're impulsive and you're full of it. You know,
But you think you know everything, right? when you're a kid, that's the funniest part.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
Hindsight's 20/20, and you look back, you're like, "What was I doing as a kid?"
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's it's like this story of my life. It's you know, my life in retrospect.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yeah. So how do you know me?
Oh, I know you in a lot of capacities. Probably my longest running friend by a lot. Because I think we became friends probably third grade.
Yeah, it was pretty early. I remember that.
Yeah, third grade.
Yeah.
And then after that, we were attached at the hip through high school.
Dude, we hung out all the time.
Nonstop. Yeah. Always at one of each other's houses, always going places, always doing things together, and then we played music together.
Yeah.
For years and years. And so he stacked that on top of itself, and then we started working together.
Yeah.
So it was we were working together. We were always at one of our houses.
Yep. Yep.
And then we were playing music.
Yeah.
So it was a lot.
It was a lot. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the fun stories we had too. I remember, which I think we should probably talk about, but yeah, because music was definitely kind of one of our entry points. I remember because you played drums for forever, and I remember just being like, I want to play music too. And I remember being like, well, I don't know how to play any instruments. Let's just sing, So that was kind of my entry to it. And I remember one time jamming with you, Joe Batty, Dustin Ivey. I think maybe Matt Donnelly might have been there.
Yeah.
Just in that shed, Joe Batty's shed or whatever. And I just remember just singing along and just being like, all these guys play guitar. I remember that being the point where it's like, you know what, I want to learn guitar too. And yeah, it was like junior high year, I decided to start learning guitar. And yeah, it was funny. We had a few iterations. I remember we'd talk about music projects before we even had anything really going. We had Kugio Corbis for a long time. You remember? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was me, you, and Matt Donnelly, and we played the 8th grade talent show where we did Mushroom Head.
I was just talking about that yesterday. I didn't bring it up.
Really?
Yeah, Josh Kelly.
Really?
We were talking about, yeah.
Dude, that's
He's like, you got footage of that? He's like, people got to see it.
Do you still have it? Your mom's got to have it somewhere.
It's probably somewhere on one of those little, remember the little tapes that were like really big in the early 2000s, you know?
Yes.
It's probably on one of those.
Dude, if you can find it, let me know. I would love to put it at the beginning of this video if we can figure out a way to do it. That'd be sick. Dude, we took so many people by surprise because I don't think anybody, like, nobody knew it. And then
we painted our faces and now, and I remember the talent shows back in junior high weren't like the high school ones where like you had to go in and you had to audition.
Yeah.
And you had to like, you know, they could give you the axe. They said, nope, you didn't make the cut. Yeah. Well, in 8th grade, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think we may have auditioned, but I think it was like kind of like a, all right, guys, thumbs up,
exactly
you know,
it's like,
you know, play 30 seconds of music and then that's good enough for us. But I don't think they understood.
Nobody was ready for it.
We turned our little mini gymnasium into like a mosh pit. There was people going crazy.
We did.
And it was like mob mentality where like you had like 5 to 10 kids that knew what was going on.
Yep.
And they're like, oh yeah, man, let's get rowdy. And then you have like the 10 people around them. They're like, I guess we're getting rowdy too. And then before you know it, I remember playing and almost just being in shock because I remember teachers like in the middle of everyone be like, hey guys, settle down. Like, oh no. Oh yeah.
Dude.
Was that the name it went under? Was that Cugula Corpus?
I think so. I think that was our name because that was the name we had in junior high.
What does that mean? Do we know?
Dude, we don't even know. I just remember we were trying to come up with names. And I was like, well, let me think of some stuff. Everybody thought of some stuff, and I think I just made something up. Yeah. And you guys were like, that has a good ring to it. Matt was sold on it, and I was like, yeah, cool. Let's go with it.
Well, I remember, even earlier than that, you didn't play guitar at all. I don't think you owned a guitar at the time, but it was me, you, Dylan Ivey.
Yeah, I think we had Josh Scott in the mix too.
Josh Scott.
He wanted to be in it too. Nobody really played instruments at that time.
And I played drums, but I was not a good drummer. I was very young and just like I could play a rock beat. That was about it.
I could scream.
And
back then.
We were really heavy. We just discovered Mudvayne. We knew Mushroom Head existed. We knew Slipknot existed, and all those guys had this look, and I think that's what we loved about it. We're like, they just look crazy. And so I remember, we started a band that no one knew to play instruments. We were like telling other people that we were starting a band, and
we gave each other names too. I remember
we all had cool names. I remember like signing off, like, yeah, you got a cool name. You got a cool name.
I think I might remember them.
And then I remember Dylan Ivey being like, I want to go by the name Donkey.
Yes, that's it. Yep. Donkey.
And we're like, no. We're like, that's not a good name. And he's like, he was insistent that he went by Donkey. Like, why? Why are you going by that? It doesn't make any sense.
He never gave us an answer, did he?
But I'm sure, no. But I'm sure none of the other names that we came up with made any sense.
So you were Bones, right?
Yeah, which childhood nickname. Yeah. So it made a lot of sense to me.
I remember I went with the name Raider, I believe. Which was so stupid.
Raider.
And then Josh Scott was Skid Plate.
Skid Plate.
I don't know why this is all coming in my head, but I remember it.
Looking back on that, I feel like we were coming up with names to be like WWE wrestling superstars.
It sounds like, yeah.
Coming out to the ring, Skid Plate.
Skid Plate.
Which Josh Scott would be Skid Plate, the WWE wrestler.
I wish. I wonder if I have it. I doubt if I do, but I think I remember drawing album artwork for our first album too.
Oh yeah, we used to doodle all the time.
We doodled all the time.
Yeah, I remember that. I want to be Donkey. Yeah. I just remember all of us being like, We all have pretty cool names, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
dude, 7th grade year, I remember having everybody come over too, because we just had random people. I remember Josh came over and we were like oh, this might have been 8th grade because I could play at the time. I remember playing guitar, but he came over and I remember he was screaming with us too. Whatever he was doing at the time, you know?
Yeah, just
so
trying
funny.
your hardest to do something.
I admired it. Yeah,
know?
It was so fun.
Dude. But that's where it all starts.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta try something.
Yeah, dude.
If it doesn't work,
exactly.
it doesn't work, and
yeah.
But we all tried it. We all, you know.
Yeah.
It was fun. Really fun times.
Yeah, 7th grade year, and then just throw my pen at myself.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
But yeah, going back to the 8th grade talent show, I remember because some people knew I screamed. The people that rode my bus. Remember the track bus?
Oh, when we would.
You remember?
Yes. All right. This was one of my. So I was sitting. I listened to the podcast. Some of the story. There were some of the stories you guys told. Some that I'll bring up in a minute that totally made me go, "Oh my God, yes!" Forgot about that.
Yep.
And then there was some that I was like, I don't really remember that a whole lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Which kind of, it really kind of made me sad a little bit because I was like, man, I wish I could go back and, I don't know, maybe pay more attention or soak it in a little bit more or something. But some of it really resonated. But I remember you were getting really good at doing like the deep guttural
screams.
vocals.
Yeah. Yep.
And they were super impressive. Still to this day, it's impressive to me, and it was obviously impressive to a lot of other people too.
Yeah.
And we'd be going on the whatever bus it was, sports, band, whatever.
Yeah, any bus.
And a lot of times, I'll take responsibility for being like, "Guys, shut up! Everyone, be quiet. Ricky's about to sing," and the whole bus would just it would travel up the bus where you'd hear people, they'd be like, "Ricky's gonna sing, shut up," and would travel up to the front, and then we'd be on a just completely dead silent bus, and then everyone would be leaning on the seats looking at you, and you would just bust into, whatever it was at the time. I remember you would switch songs every once in a while, and then it was always everyone started getting the rhythm of what you were gonna sing. We know what Ricky's going to sing. We know when it ends. So when you'd hit that last note, it was slow claps and woo! And just erupt. Yeah. And then we had the bus driver or liaisons on the bus being like, "Settle down." And we're like, "We just gave you 30 seconds of silence." You know? Dude,
the bus driver always liked it though.
Checks
I remember
and balance.
He was always everybody quiet, and I'd always see his eyes in the big rearview mirror just looking.
I think it was Bob Younger's dad a lot.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah, really nice guy.
Dude, yeah, because I remember being in the back of the bus, everybody quiet. And then I got to the point where people would request, and the most requested song was always, remember These Five Down, All in the Name of Jesus?
Yeah, that's the one I remember the most.
That was the one, hold on, Ricky's going to scream, and I just...
Well, I remember at the end of that, you had that real deep, low, long...
Yeah, down to the pits of hell.
Yeah, and you would just scream that, and it would let it go as long as you could.
Long as I could.
And while it's still going, everyone's like, yeah! Freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were such fun times.
Super fun.
But dude, that's what I remember. And then so some people knew I screamed because of that. And then the talent show, took everybody by surprise. I remember even the band teacher, Miss Platter, I think.
Yeah, Miss Platter.
Was like, "Hey, have you thought about doing choir?" And I'm just like, "Choir?" I screamed for half of this song.
It's we're looking for a death metal growler for our choir.
Dude, I wish I would have. Can you imagine a death metal, a scream solo? Just randomly. But one thing I remember, you brought up Josh Kelly. This made me think of Trey Kelly. He was the person that I remember we did our practice, because I think we had a practice where we just played. I think it was the first time Miss Platter was just like, "What?" I didn't realize you guys did this. Cause I think she was in charge. Was she in charge of it? Yeah. Yep. And I remember Trey, that was the first time I think he heard any of us sing, play, whatever. And I just remember him being like this. And the audience just hands up, freaking out. And afterwards being like, "Dude, I didn't know you guys could do that."
I don't think anyone really quite.
No. No.
I think we were we weren't outcasts by any means. I think Matt Donnelly was a little bit of an outcast. But like we were social butterflies. We got along with everyone.
Yeah.
We knew everyone. Everyone knew us.
Yeah.
But no one knew that like, all right, I'm going to your house on Saturday. We're gonna set up the drums. We're gonna get a little amp, and we're gonna learn a song. And, you know, and it was like our little secret, you know. Yeah. And then you let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, dude, we did.
You know,
I love that your mom was there to paint all of our faces right before we went on.
Yep,
dude,
it was awesome.
That's so fun.
Yeah, and I just remember just like being so nervous. Like, are they gonna hate it?
Really?
Yeah, they're gonna hate it. Are we gonna get shut down? Is it too much? I had all these weird thoughts going through my little brain.
Yeah.
And then just seeing everyone go wild, I felt that like I was like, oh man, I'm a rock star. You know?
That's how it felt.
That's what's happening right now.
Yep.
We just captivated an audience. It was great. Dude. And it's funny. We'll probably go back and listen to it and be like, "Whoa, this is not good."
but in the context, I'll bet you it was still pretty good for the context.
Oh, probably.
Because think about like 8th grade kids coming together playing Mushroom out of all bands, like you know.
Yeah.
And
then one of the other things that I remember about that was we got done. We were like all pumped up, and then when you're done, you put all your stuff to the side of the stage, and then you're just part of the student body.
Yeah.
And so we go out there and we still have face paint
we
on.
did, yep.
And then things keep happening. They're rotating through acts and stuff. And then you started running up the wall.
Did I?
In the dark.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Like in between acts, you were just like, "Bet I can run up that wall," because you used to do the run.
I used to do it all the time.
Yeah, you used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
And so then there's like a huge crowd around you while you're running up the wall. And everyone's like, "Yeah!" And I remember some teachers having to redirect us, like, "Guys, talent show's still going on." Like you had your own side stage.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I don't even remember. That's the funny thing is, I remember running up the wall, but like, there's certain moments too that I don't remember that people remind me of. I'm like, I did that. Like, what was I thinking? It's just like
I remember that specifically because it was just hilarious. Really, I just remember laughing and laughing. Everyone else is like amazed and cheering you on. How high can you go? And I was just laughing because I thought it was so funny that people were like, "You guys were awesome." And you're like, "Yeah, man, watch me run up this wall."
I'm sure someone probably mentioned it. It was probably like, "Hey, can you run up the wall?" And I was probably like, "Yeah," because like I just
remember you have Mushroom Head face paint on the whole time, so you looked crazy. You're acting crazy.
Yep.
And I was just kind of egging it on, just laughing, and yeah, it was great.
What's funny, I think the funniest thing I remember is Mr. Birdsley.
Yep.
So, and you know, he was a man of like few words, besides when you're in class, but like man of few words. And I just remember like 8th grade after the talent show, I remember walking to class and him just kind of being outside the window, and just he sees me and he just gives me the head nod, like yeah, like you're good in my eyes. For some reason, I remember that because he didn't talk much, and I was in his class, and you know, I wasn't a good kid, but I wasn't a bad kid necessarily in his class. But like for him to give me the head nod, I was like, oh, I just earned his respect from the talent show.
I had that same thing, flipping to way further, and this is a really funny story. Our PE coach in high school. Remind me.
PE coach in high school?
Yeah.
Coach Buffington?
Buffington.
Yep.
Yeah, because we had Miss Buffington also. Coach Buffington, I was never, I dabbled in athletics in junior high and then freshman year, and then I put most of my focus into band and jazz band. I remember it's kind of the same thing where I played in jazz band from 7th grade through senior year, and I excelled at it. You know, I by my senior year I was pretty satisfied with how much I learned and how my playing was and stuff. And I played in pep band, which is kind of relevant because he's a coach. So I'm playing at sporting events on a platform. I'm at every one of them. And then senior year, we did one of those like midday pep rallies where it's like, remember we'd all go to the commons area, the jazz band would set up, and we'd play like I don't know, 4 or 5 songs, just to get everyone jazzed up. And I remember we went out there and we played. It was nothing out of the ordinary, just normal little pep band jazz. I remember afterwards, Coach Buffington be like, "When did you learn how to play?" I'm like, "Coach Buffington, I'm like,
When did you learn how to
been
play?
doing this all, like, I've known you for 4 years now. Been doing it all this time." He's like, "Man, you're doing great." I'm like, "I'm so glad that you finally, picked up on."
You picked up that I played drums.
Not that I expect him to pay attention to those things, but it was just funny that it took all that time, and then he was like, "Whoa, this guy!"
Yeah.
But I also remember, I think it was junior year, embarrassingly enough, almost failing PE because I couldn't remember my gym shorts.
Oh, that was why.
Yeah.
I do remember you, I think, sitting out quite a bit because you didn't have.
I always forgot my gym
Yeah.
shorts. And you always had to sit on the steps. It was like shame.
Yes, I remember that, actually.
I used to always hate it because I would always get associated with, like, the 2 other kids that I have to sit out.
Yeah, like the actual troubled kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you had to sit there with them.
I'd sit there and I have nothing to talk to them about, and just being like, I'm not that kid, but I can't remember my gym shorts. I remember him, like, having to talk with me, like, "You don't want to be the guy that fails PE." I'm like, "No, I don't." So he probably just had it in his head, like, this guy,
Dude,
But
it's funny that you brought up Jazz Band and Pep Band because we played senior year together.
Yeah.
So you and Coach Kyle talked me into it because I was the opposite. I was always doing sports. And then, I remember you guys were I think you were doing the concession stands at one of the games. And I walked up and Coach Kyle was like, hey, you want to play band? He's like, "This guy talks about you a lot." And then he was talking to you. And I was like, "Yeah?" I was like, "Well, I don't read music." He's like, "Don't worry about that. I'll teach you." I showed up senior year, he didn't teach me music at all. I had to learn on my own. So, but I remember him telling me what to do. Like, he's like, "Dude, we'll surround you with instruments. You just play, like, the stuff." And I was like, "Cool, let's do it." So I did it. And then, I was waiting for him to teach. And, I mean, go figure. I mean, he's got 30 kids or something that are in his class. But, like, I was, like, off to the side, like, trying to remember all, like, whole notes, like, just trying to figure out all the stuff. But taught myself how to read percussion music. And, he'd give me all the fun instruments, like the gong, the bass drum.
Yeah, he was a drummer.
Yeah.
A really good drummer.
Yeah, I remember.
And he could play everything from, like, really advanced jazz and Latin drum set playing to snare drumming. He knew everything.
Yeah.
But and I think it was because he was such a new band director and he had shifted his interest that the percussion section got kind of the least amount of love.
We got
from the percussion guy.
Exactly. Yep. He was always on the horns. I remember.
Oh man, nothing was worse than when you sit in band class, or if you had to, like, the early morning band rehearsals on the field or wherever it was, and everyone would have to stand there for an hour straight and never play their instrument because he would just be in front of the trumpets.
Exactly. He was all about the trumpets.
Yeah, he loved it. He's like, "You guys, we can't move on if you don't nail it." And I'm just like, "We're not playing. This is it. We're not doing anything the rest of the day."
I remember
just gonna be trumpets.
I remember too being back there. Yeah, I remember just sitting there forever, and luckily I had the time to, like, read my music and try to figure it out, so that helped me.
Yeah.
But I remember too, like, every once in a while, like, he'd be conducting, and every once in a while, like, say, like, I just, like, missed my bass drum hit or something. It's just always like he was, like, dialed in, like, he just knew exactly where it was all supposed to go. But Dude, I had a lot of fun doing that, though. I remember that. I remember the football games. For some reason, I remember Casey. Is it Burton? Casey Burton?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was with us back down in the little pit or whatever. And dude, we had a fun time. We were. I remember he really wanted to. He was obsessed with pirate music. If you remember, and I taught him.
Remember.
I taught him "Alone in His Shadow" because he thought it sounded like pirate music. So we'd play it all the time.
It's very piratey, huh?
Yeah, but
yeah,
we'd play that, and then I played Played pep band with you too senior year because we played that song too. Remember Coach Kyle or Mr. Kyle let us play it. So every once in a while, every game, I remember I had a hair slick back and the fake mustache.
Yeah, I have a picture of you wearing the fake mustache.
Yeah.
Actually, it made it into a yearbook.
Yeah, it did. I remember. Yeah.
And I just remember just laughing because I'm just like, I don't know if anyone else gets the joke. I don't know if I get the joke.
I don't think I got the joke. I just think one day I was like, wouldn't it be funny?
You had a pack of fake mustaches.
I
and
did.
You're like, I think I'm going to wear this to the... And you wore it the entire time.
I did, because I had the fake ones, because I think you wore one day, and I think everybody wore one, but then after that...
I have a picture of Jamie Evans wearing one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wore one the whole time, and he thought it was hilarious.
I just kept it going, and Mr. Kyle never said stop, so I just kept wearing
it. Fortunately, we had a lot of, like teachers and mentors that really never gave us any flack about.
No.
I've been this is bad. Don't teach your kids this, but I've been talking to Max just because I think it's hilarious and just trying to they're getting to the age now where I can start telling stories of when I was a kid, and they're going to the same schools that we went to, and we were doing a tour of the school, and we get to a staircase, and I'm like, when I was a kid, me and my friend Ricky, we'd get on the steps and we'd wait for a teacher to be present, and then we'd intentionally fall down the steps.
Oh, yeah.
And Sarah's like, don't be teaching them that. I'm like, I'm not teaching them that. I'm just telling them the story, And then after a minute, she's just like, why were you guys doing that? I'm like, I don't know. But it was fun, and it was hilarious. I don't know. It's like a weird, like we were doing a social experiment or something. Like, we would wait. I remember we'd do it. It was Miss Niemeyer's class was the closest to it, and she'd be outside her door, and we'd just like, boom, 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 just tumble down. Yeah. And people, and after a while, they got so just desensitized.
Yeah.
They didn't even care. We tumbled down them steps. And they just look at us like...
I forgot about that.
Get the class.
I forgot about that one. I remember jumping over those stairs too and doing all types of stuff. I think it was one of those things, I don't know if maybe teachers appreciated. I don't know. We just always had fun. We were never hurting anybody or doing anything really bad. We were just I don't know, just being goofy and doing whatever.
Nothing was malicious. Nothing was at anyone's expense that I could ever recall.
Yeah.
Me
neither.
It was just goofball behavior.
Yeah, it's let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Yeah. I was thinking, leading up to this, I was thinking about all the funny things that have happened and fun things. I remember sleepovers. We had so many sleepovers, and some of them were just so, especially when we started getting into music.
Yeah.
And then we would I remember we had the recorder.
The cassette recorder?
The cassette recorder. Yeah. And we would just press record. And we weren't even playing instruments or anything. It was just our voices. But we would sing songs basically about what we were visually seeing in the room. Yes. And I remember Dad had this little Dodge Viper cars.
Yes.
And...
I know exactly the song you're talking about, too.
And it was the I look at myself in the mirror one. Because you were looking at yourself in the mirror. And if someone listened... No, I shouldn't say that. If someone listened to it and didn't know the context, they're like, oh, maybe he's trying out some lyrics or something. I said, I look at myself in the mirror. You were whispering, and then you yell real close into it, and it would, fuzz out. And... I'd be like, no, he's just literally looking at himself in the mirror, dude, and singing. And then you go up to the Dodge Vipers. Dodge Viper. And you just start whispering and yelling into this. And I just remember thinking it was the most hilarious thing.
Dude, that was you singing, though. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, I think the look at myself in the mirror.
Dude, that was you. That was you, I swear. So I have the cassette. I have to find the cassette tape. I hope I still have it. But we called that song Ricola because you saw Ricola cough drop. And because I remember because I was shredding guitar the whole time it was going on.
Oh shoot!
Because I remember because that's the thing is one thing about us is we improv like nobody else. I remember
nonstop for hours.
Dude, we would just somehow know when we were going to transition. I don't know. We just figured it out. And I just remember shredding, and you were yeah. You were singing along, and that was probably my favorite improv session. Was that song?
And play, and it would just shift all over the place. You might be right. Maybe that was me singing.
That one was you, but yeah, we did take turns. Fuzzy. We did take turns.
Well, I do remember
lots of it. Oh, Ricola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why it was so funny. Looking back on, I'm like, that shouldn't have been funny.
Dude,
but man, it was funny.
We would laugh. We had cassette tapes, tapes and tapes. And I remember keeping them for a long time. And I don't know if I still have them. I'll see if I do. If I do, we'll have some fun.
We'll have to listen to those because I bet they are just listening back to them now. I'd be like, what's going on?
Yeah, we jammed nonstop. One thing I remember is I remember because we didn't play for a while. I remember you went to school with Seth, so you were over doing the college stuff with the schooling with the music, and John and I were writing songs, and I remember it was then when you came back we started playing again, and I just wrote To the Land, and I think To the Land. And that was the first one where I was like, hey, I'm actually writing music that's pretty good. You know what I mean? Because before that, I had no idea of song structure or keys or anything. It was just a bunch of it was 10 insanely cool riffs all put together with random time signatures and stuff. And you probably remember jamming with them being this is confusing. It makes sense in my head. You know?
Yeah.
But that, and I think that was when we started really meshing well in that space. We did that. So Far Away was around that time.
Yep.
And then Nightmare. And Nightmare I remember really vividly because it was one of those times where we were just being goofy. And I think you were tired, so you were laying on the couch. I remember pretty vividly. You were laying on the couch, and I was just jamming, just doing what I was doing because I'm I'm not tired. So I was just jamming around. And the main riff for that, I just remember da 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 da, and then do 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 do. I just remember you waking up being hey, that was pretty awesome. Just laying back down, and I was okay. And that was the whole premise. That was the whole start of writing that song. Because I remember you were literally
you got my sleepy approval.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I guess it is kind of cool.
Yeah, must have struck a chord. That's still one of my favorites. So
it's so good.
That's hilarious.
that's how that song was born. I remember that. But
yeah, we did a lot of writing, a lot of recording.
Yeah, we did.
Thinking we knew what we were doing, not knowing what we were doing. But we had no one to tell us. That and the internet isn't.
It wasn't really.
Now you can go on YouTube and figure it out. My cousin has a saying that was it 7 minutes out of any 10-minute YouTube video will teach you everything you need to know, which is true.
Yeah.
But back then it was you could go to a recording studio. We don't have money.
Yeah.
You had the little mobile,
the digital recorder. Yeah.
Digital recorder.
Yeah.
That you learned how to navigate pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
But even still, it was a lot of it was I'm not an engineer, so I don't know what I'm really doing.
Yeah, exactly.
I just know how to navigate it.
Yeah. And
so we had that, and it was just all right, we're gonna record drums, and I remember we set it up in the old vacant house.
Yep.
Which I don't know if that was good or bad. I think we thought it was awesome, a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, just experimenting and thinking we were really doing it. But we did. I mean, we did really do it.
We did. It's funny too because we used the same stuff for quite a while, but just us doing it enough, we got better at figuring out what sounded better. When we would record. But I remember our first recording session. We first recorded To the Land in your closet with the mixer. That was one of those ideas where dude, I have a feeling if we sing into your closet that it's just gonna absorb this. We just had this theory, and it was so not.
Yeah, I remember parting my clothes.
Yeah.
putting the mic in. How deep's the closet? Like 3 feet?
Dude, it wasn't even. Your closet was so
It was super
shallow.
tiny.
Yeah. It was in that trailer.
Yeah, you couldn't even stand in the
Yeah.
closet. You had to stand outside the
Yeah.
closet and sink
Sing
into
into
it.
it.
But I just remember like putting my clothes, and like we just had this idea like my shirts are gonna absorb the sound.
Yeah.
Like we knew what was
Like we knew exactly what we were doing,
was
but
going
we
on.
had no idea.
And wow, I forgot about that, but
Yeah.
I remember that now.
The funniest part about that is I remember us listening back and being like, why does it sound that way? But we already recorded, so we're like, this will do. But I remember all the vocals were like,
just like
super breathy, and I don't know if it's because of the closet or what. It was just like, like it just like there was something to it where I was just like, why does it sound like that? And it's
I
like,
think it was probably just
maybe the
in
closet.
hindsight, like we had the closet. We did have all the shirts that were just absorbing everything. It was
Yes.
super dry sound.
Yeah.
We probably had a microphone we shouldn't have been singing into.
I'm sure.
We had no idea what we were doing.
We didn't know how to use the mixer. We were doing all types of stuff. But
yeah, I remember like when you'd sing like certain things would be a certain volume, and then you'd scream and get super loud and super quiet. And,
yeah.
And we're like, could never figure it out.
That was funny, yeah. And then,
but when you're young and like you put that, like you burn that onto a disc and show people,
dude,
they're like, "What? You did what?"
Yeah,
like,
and dude, compared to the cassette tapes we did, awesome.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we did that. We had the first experience of digital recorder was okay. I actually found some of those songs from our first recording.
Oh, really?
Pretty rough.
So.
Yep. But I remember then we did the music box, and we I mean it's not the best mixed album, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds good enough. But yeah, we just learned a lot of stuff throughout the way of what works, what doesn't work, and I think we also just got better at our craft too, just in general.
Is that the first CD you're talking about?
Yeah, the first CD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went back and listened to a lot of that since it's on Spotify now.
Yeah.
Quick plug. It's on Spotify. Listen to it.
Yep.
And of course, it's like I knew all the songs. Like I never forgot them.
Yeah.
I knew all the sections. But we like lived and breathed those songs for
we did
years.
I remember.
That was it.
Yep.
And so I'll never forget them. But I hadn't listened to them in a long time. But yeah, I was like, man, if we could just redo this now.
Oh yeah.
It'd be
with a budget
so much
super sick,
so much better. Remixed, remastered, re-recorded, whatever you want to call it. But it's like a time capsule.
It is. It really is.
Like I remember going back and listening to it on Spotify. I just like listening in my car on like the way to work and stuff.
Yeah.
And remembering things like that, like, oh, I think in this song, I think this is one of the ones where I set up in the kitchen. Don't know why I did it, but we just thought it would be cool if we set up in the kitchen. I remember doing that because when it came back and we finally listened to it, I just remember my crash cymbals totally just peaking out. So they just kind of, anytime I hit a crash on certain songs, it just kind of sounds like ripping paper. Just very like,
dude, yeah.
Like I just have a bunch of chinas or something.
I'm trying to think of where we were. One place we recorded, John's house actually was probably the best place we recorded for drum sound, though.
Yeah.
We recorded only, I think, 4 or 5 songs off that CD there. But for some reason, your drum sounds so beefy in that environment compared to some of the other songs off that album. Because we did Breaking Down the Walls is one we did there. And I just remember, like, your fills and just everything during the beginning of that song's like, why is it so darn powerful? It's weird.
Well, I think recording in that giant empty house didn't do us any favors. I had it in my mind that this is a sterile environment.
Yep.
That's how recording studios are, right? I never stepped foot in a recording studio. I don't know. I just thought that they were going to be these sterile, there's nothing. But this thing had crazy vaulted ceilings, like probably 20 foot plus. It's like a cathedral with nothing in it.
Nothing on the walls,
no furniture to absorb anything. It was like, there was many days where it was just me and you in that empty house.
Yep.
Just smacking on drums all day.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Yeah. It was wild.
Yeah. And, some of the things that So the throwing up on your face story made me laugh.
I forgot about that till Seth brought it up. Did
Well,
you remember that?
When he brought it up, I remember there's a couple times where someone would go up to a microphone and be like, "This song's gonna make you throw up on your face."
Yeah.
And and we had our little fans that would come out to every show, and they would like kind of in on the joke, yeah, we're gonna throw up on our faces. I don't know why that became a thing, but one of the funnier stories that I'll never forget is we played at the Warehouse, which we played quite a bit.
Yep, we did.
Always fun.
Super fun.
Wild place.
Yeah.
It was just weird because it was like a Christian youth center that was not a Christian youth center after hours, basically.
Basically, yeah.
There was no adult supervision.
Nope.
No one was doing anything illegal or anything. Like it was, so it wasn't like an underground, like you can go to the Warehouse and get drunk or anything like that. Everyone was very well behaved.
Agreed.
For the most part.
Yeah.
But the dude that ran the place was like maybe 20. That I can't remember his name.
Brian.
Yeah. He was maybe 20 years old.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we want to start having shows. And we show there's no adults. It's just like 100 high schoolers.
Yeah.
There to just listen to heavy metal bands.
Yeah.
And but I remember we played a show and we had this idea that we're going to start signing people's faces, autographing their faces. Instead of, we're like, I don't remember the circumstances of it so much, but I remember people were getting their faces signed while we were playing. We had Sharpies intentionally to sign faces.
I'm remembering this now.
The thing that makes me laugh is Jamie Evans and Corey Childress both got their foreheads signed by us. One of them got a mustache drawn on him with a Sharpie. And they came to school on Monday and they couldn't get it scrubbed off at the shower. So my autograph is across someone's forehead and they got a very light gray mustache from a Sharpie. And they had to walk around school like that and unashamed. Like, I just always thought that was super funny.
So good. Yeah, we did that. There was one guy there once that was actually an adult. I remember that.
Oh, there was?
I think it was the one time he was there. We dug into, they had like a bunch of just random props and costumes in one of the closets. And I remember I got an old person wig and I put this vest on.
Yeah, there was that one guy that was like, "You guys can't use that."
That was the
He got really mad.
I was like, "Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That was funny.
Yeah.
But we did that. Throwing up on our face. We had just I feel like we just had a bunch of inside jokes that nobody got.
Yeah.
Right? We had that. We did we had Mother Fist that we started in band class.
Let me see
your Mother Fist. I don't know what that means. We just thought it sounded cool. We just put it up. Fist. And then everybody would be like, "Oh, death metal roar after," right? And we do that at shows.
Everyone ate their
exactly.
Yeah.
We did that. I remember one show we had. We played the VFW building. I think it was just Seth wasn't with us at the time, so it was just me, you, and John.
Yep.
And we were playing quite a few gigs at that time, so I just remember we'd always take our shirts off halfway through the set. That's one thing we did.
Yeah.
And then other than that, I remember wearing swim trunks, flip-flops, and a Bee Veggie t-shirt, a VeggieTales t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I wore it. It just what I was wearing that day. And I just remember that show being so crazy fun. I remember ending so far away with my shirt off, on my knees, just
Fun fact. Here's a fun connection. We played that VFW show.
Yeah.
It was us, a band called Blacklist Elite.
Yep.
And then the other band they were the guys from Lebanon. The only thing I remember about them is their drummer's name is Matt Sherman.
Yeah, so they
super, super nice guy, incredible drummer.
Yeah.
I don't think he plays anymore. I wish he did.
Because I remember the band they became when we played at the Harley Davidson factory with them again. They were As Shadows Collapse, but before that,
I can't remember.
They had a different name, and I don't remember what the name was before that.
But Blacklist Elite were incredibly loud. super, super loud and just kind of chaotic. Where we're just like, what is going on with this band? I remember the drummer just like blast beating. Had this super nice Pearl kit. I remember just like kind of drooling over it, and him just doing like just going crazy.
That was the band where the lead singer asked John for his bass equipment, right? Didn't he forget the bass stuff?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
That guy is one of the lead singers and bass player in the band I play in now.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yep. His name's Adam Suddeth. Shout out to Adam.
Comes full circle. That's hilarious.
And when I first met him to start playing with him again, which would be close to 10 years ago now, a friend of mine who wanted to start playing was like, we need a good solid bass player. He's like, we gotta go out and see. My buddy's playing a gig in town, a little bar down on the strip, and if you want to come with me, we'll come watch him play a set and see if he would fit in with us. Mm-hmm. And he's doing a 2-man like acoustic show. And as soon as I saw him, I was like, this guy looks so familiar, and I can't picture it at all. Can't figure it out. And came over, I met him. Super, super like kind of soft spoken, quiet. Kind of seemed like a shy guy at the time. Now he's like Mr. Outgoing. He's our kind of like our PR guy. Like at gigs and stuff, I don't talk to people a whole lot. I'm pretty reserved because he's so good at it. That I'm like, you got to talk with the people. I can't do it. You got to be that guy.
You got this.
But and he does. He's really good at it. But yeah, and it all. I was like, wait a minute, did you play in a band called Blacklist Elite? And he's like, yeah, you've heard of that? And I was like, well, I played a show with you one time, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it was funny that Instant Mom, I've been playing with music with him ever since now. So it's kind of a funny connection.
That is funny.
I never. I heard the story about the scarecrow that filled in for me. I've never heard that story before in my life.
Really?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things. This is going to go a little bit off topic, and it kind of made me feel bad a little bit. There's two things, because there was that, and when Seth was telling the story, he's like, Tony was giving us the runaround. I was like, I don't want to give anyone the runaround. I probably did, but man, that was just a different Tony. I don't know what I was giving the runaround about, but I wish I wouldn't have. But I'm glad that there was a scarecrow there to fill in for me. I don't know what happened. I don't know why I wasn't there. I didn't know about that.
Because I think that was the first gig. So we did 2 gigs there. You played the second one with us, right?
I played the second one.
Yeah, the second one, because I also had
That's the one where you have the little tiny mini documentary where you beeped out curse words that were never said.
I think that was Seth.
Seth, yeah.
Seth did that.
Where he kept interviewing us, and
he bleeped out words.
He would bleep out words like they were curse words, but they weren't curse words. They weren't. There's one where he's like, hey, Ricky, say something into the camera, and you said like hi or something, and it just went beep.
Okay, bleep, bleep, bleep.
I just remember thinking that was so funny.
He set that up.
So the Scarecrow one came before that?
Yeah, so that was the first one, because we were setting up, and I think what happened is we had it all planned out. I think the week before you called and said you couldn't make it. I don't remember why. So we're like, oh snap! Well, we already told them we're going to do it. So I was like, well, we'll figure it out. So I basically used all the drum tracks from our CD that we did, and we just ran it through the PA, and we put a Scarecrow there. Funny thing is, though, is we set it up, and one of the guys at the show, I was like, yeah, it's like, he's like, you guys are doing great. I was like, yeah, I'm surprised it's turned out really well for not having a drummer. He's like, you don't have a drummer? I was like, hold on, you didn't notice the guy? He's not moving. Oh, I guess you're right. I was like, whoa, what? Apparently, non-observant
played a whole show, and the whole show like there was a jack-o'-lantern Scarecrow not playing drums.
We took an intermission, and he thought we had a drummer the whole time.
I'd love to meet him.
It was hilarious.
You go up there, go meet him. He's nice.
It's so good.
Yeah, because I remember that one show I did play. We there's there's footage of us doing Metal Nation.
We did metal because we decided like, dude, we're gonna switch. Yeah,
We're all gonna swap, and
that was fun.
I would always sing Metal Nation,
dude.
and
that was a fun one.
It was fun. Yeah. Now the other thing that kind of made me feel a little bad was we played at the Nathan P. Murphy's gig, and Seth talked about the kid that broke his snare drum, and he's like, "Yeah, Tony wouldn't give it up," and I'm like, "Why wouldn't I give him my snare drum?" That makes no sense. Why would it? I would have totally let someone use my snare. Now,
Yeah.
now I don't know. Now I'd be like, you can keep it if you need. You can put down on your lunch or something. You know,
that sucks.
But this is funny. I don't remember that, but I was like, yeah, I probably did say, no, I ain't doing that. But you know, New York's drummer. I'll give you a snare drum. Sorry. He did say I ended up letting him use it though. So
yeah.
I had a change of heart.
Yeah. He told me the other story about them asking for money. I was like, I don't even remember that story.
Them asking for money?
Yeah.
I must have not been around for that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sure it did happen.
I'm sure it happened.
Yeah.
It's all a blur. We had so many things happen.
Did we have any money to give anyone?
Dude, all we did, so what we did is, well, we didn't make that much. We paid the bands, but we told them up front, like, hey, we're only going to get to give you, like, whatever amount, right? Like, we told them, like, it's probably not going to be very much because of whatever. So I think we divvied it up. Obviously, we took most of it because we were the people that put on the show, right? And what we did is we didn't make that much, so we just put it back into the band, I think, for CDs or merch or whatever we were going to do at the time. But yeah, so yeah, we didn't really make much. And I think I gave you guys all like whatever, $20-$30, whatever we could give, to cover gas at the time.
I don't ever recall making money.
We didn't make any money. We played so many charity shows too.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I don't remember like money being like I guess because I was naive, I had this idea that you start a band, you write some songs, you play the gig, and then it's like, a year from now, I'll be touring the world.
Yeah, I think we all thought that.
Like that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Man, no one tells you.
Exactly. What I always got is everybody was always like, well, you never know. You might be one of those that make it. And I just always in my head was like, I'm going to be one of those.
Well, yeah, and you always have, when you're young, you always have like moms and dads, grandparents, aunts, uncles, best friends, whoever. You keep it up, you're going to hit the big time. And you're like, that's right.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the big time if I keep it up. And then you keep it up, and you're like, I wonder when this big time stuff's going to happen. You just, there's no one to tell you,
It's funny, there's always a luck factor involved, right? So it's like, if you keep doing the thing, you have more chances of it actually happening because the luck factor might come in, and you're ready, you're prepared for it. But, I mean, if you decide to quit, then of course, if it arrives, you're not going to be able to do it anyway. So, but there is totally a luck factor to it. Right place, right time,
Oh, yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah, for sure. And how do you get lucky? It happens. It's weird.
There's stuff you can do. I mean, it's like, you can try to market yourself, but even that, like even like marketing this podcast, realizing how hard it is to market anything.
Oh yeah.
Like to get people to see things. So, like I said, it's just like sometimes it's just meeting the right person or something happening. But then even then, it's hard to say.
Well, I remember going to school after high school, thinking like I'll learn all these skills, I'll get my degree, and then I'll have a job playing music. And like one of the biggest like realities was that like my teachers were like, oh no, chances are you won't have a job doing this. And then it's like, wow, I hope I'm not wasting my time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're like, there's probably 2, 3, maybe 4% of you that are going to be able to sustain and have a career doing this.
Yep.
And they're probably the lucky ones. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
It just happens. So that's why every time I get in this debate, I always love this debate of everybody trying to talk about who's the best musicians. And, they always go with the popular one. I was like, I guarantee, I'll bet you there's someone better than that person that nobody has any idea exists right now.
Oh, yeah.
I
I have a couple teachers that I had that no one will ever know their names.
Yeah.
That just in class, them doing examples of things.
Yeah.
Which is still is some of the most mind-blowing, like, do that again.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then they would be like, the most that they do is like they teach, and then they're like, yeah, I'm playing a little jazz club tonight. If you want to come out, it's a $5 cover.
Yeah.
And I would go out and see some of my teachers play. Amazing.
Yeah.
Wild music. Crazy talents. And yeah, there's like 40 people.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, I know there's extreme talents out there that are on the world stage, but there's people as good, if not better than them, that are on the small stage.
Always, yeah. It's crazy.
Working multiple jobs.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like the weird behind the scenes stuff that people just never, out of sight, out of mind, in the art world.
Yep.
A lot of it's music, but I know that it probably translates into other art forms too, for sure.
Yeah.
Whether it's like graphic design or stuff like that. Every time you see a commercial or an advertisement on a billboard, and there's someone that did that.
Exactly.
Some nameless person, and music's the same way. There's like, anytime you hear an advertisement and there's music in the background, someone was hired to do that.
Exactly. Yeah. To make jingles or
people
whatever.
People do that for a living. They'll get, my private teacher, he had from what I understand, like a contract, where he had a contract that he would do all the jingle work for Frito-Lay.
Okay.
Like Cheeto commercials and stuff. And he said, yeah, you show up, they give you a piece of sheet music, you record 30 seconds of music, and then you're done. You collect a check at the counter. And he's like, and then 3 months down the line, there's that song that I recorded playing you don't even know it's really even there, playing in the background of a Cheeto commercial. And, but you can make a career out of it. It's weird.
It's funny because even that you say that reminded me of even all these famous, I think, pop stars, musicians, or whatever that don't even write their own songs. So the person that actually writes the music, you'll never actually probably know or hear of.
No, and I'm fascinated by songwriters because I've learned that in the past, probably past 10 years, that's really translated with me that a lot of huge songs have different songwriters. How many people have hit songs that aren't even their songs?
Exactly.
That are cover songs that people have
I've
no
seen that.
idea.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I researched that stuff a lot just to see, like, where and how, what was changed, what made it big, yeah, it's pretty wild.
It is weird.
It's super strange. Some of the biggest hits in the world, and not even written.
Yeah, not written by them, or even written by like multiple people. Where you're like, whoa, there's like 4 writers for this song.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, like "Living on a Prayer."
Yeah.
By Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
It's like, I think they're one of those few billion stream songs on Spotify. Mm-hmm. So it's up there.
Yeah.
It's like up in the "Don't Stop Believing" tier,
Yeah.
And that was written by a guy named Desmond Child,
who
wrote "I Was Made for Loving You" by Kiss.
So he wrote a lot of
He wrote "Livin' La Vida Loca."
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. So he's written some hits. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, made a whole career on
and nobody knows who he is.
Hits for people.
You know what's crazy is I was listening to something in this Stoic book that made me laugh a lot. it was like you have to choose. You have two paths in life. You can choose: do you want to be someone or do you want to do something? And they said you have to make that choice. And they said if you're going to be someone, then you are going to. Think of it as almost like people pleasing or going along with the crowd, maybe not being authentic to who you are, and you're just kind of being, say, a puppet per se. But some people just want the show and they don't care. They're like, I just want to be in front of people, whatever. Or this like, or you can do something, which means you're going to be authentic. You're going to choose the things and follow things you really want to do in life, but people may not actually even know who you are. But it doesn't matter because you're doing what you want to do. So when I think of that, I think about this guy. He's probably still satisfied as could be. He's writing music that he likes to write.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who he is, but he probably doesn't care.
He does tons of like radio interviews and
Yeah.
stuff. That's kind of how I learned about him, was through a radio interview, because he wrote a book called "Living on a Prayer." He named the book after a hit song that he wrote. That he's the nameless guy behind it.
Yeah.
And then it got me kind of digging in and just kind of realizing, and that's part of like one of my biggest hobbies is almost like, particularly rock music, because that's my thing. It's almost like being like a rock music historian of sorts.
Yeah.
I'm constantly digging in who wrote what. I can, what album, discographies of bands and stuff like that. And you just, you learn so much digging in. And so many people don't do that. They just, they don't care.
Yeah.
It's, they know the one hit song on the radio and they don't even know it that well.
Yeah.
They can sing along to the chorus.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many times people will just be like, hey, that one song? I love it, man. And then they can't tell you what the song is. It's like, you're that disconnected from it.
Yeah.
You love it? I don't know how much you love it. It's just weird.
Yeah.
It's, and I wouldn't expect anyone to go as deep as I do. I know stuff I have really no business knowing about.
Yeah. No, that's cool though.
Interesting to me,
Yeah.
Like the walking encyclopedia. My dad used to call me the encyclopedia of useless knowledge.
Yeah.
And I'm like, reading a lot and just learning, a lot of music stuff, and it just interests me.
That's awesome.
That's why I'm like, when I text you, I'm like, check this out. And when anyone ever, and I suggest this to anybody with music, whether you're a musician or non-musician, whatever. If you're a music fan, or maybe you're not a music fan, but you want to know more about music or explore it more. Anytime anyone says, check this out, or have you heard this, I jot it down and I listen to it and I'll examine it, and more times than not, there's always something that I like in it.
Yeah.
Despite what it is. Even if I come back and say, I did not like that, but
Yep.
Sweet guitar tone, or I like the pacing of it, or there's always something to draw from it.
Yeah.
So
that's what I've been enjoying about our text the last month. We've been back and forth about like music and artists and stuff, and it's been fun to catch up on that.
Yeah.
Because it's funny, because I don't actually go in depth, so I'm not a person that goes in depth in like the history of music. I'm more about like the finished product and the creativity behind it. Like what does it look like together as a whole? Do they seem like good musicians? And even then, it doesn't even have to be good musicians. It can be like, how does this song make me feel? I don't know. It's hard to explain. But like, I'm kind of more of like, what's the finished product like? And is it something that, it either has to make me feel a certain way. It's got to be creative. I can't stand music that I can guess exactly what's going to happen. And there's a lot of that, like a lot of formulaic metal music where you're just like, you know exactly what's going to happen. I get it. Like there's like a radio formula, so I get it on popular songs and stuff. Yeah. And if it's a really good song, maybe I can get past it. But for the most part, like if I listen to a whole album where everything is just like, I know when everything's coming, I'm just like, I'm bored.
A lot of that's producers too.
Yeah. I've heard that too.
Do this. Try this, and they a lot of them, and I've had to deal with that.
Yeah.
Personally, one of the few original band ventures that I've went on, and very proud of the music I made. But the music that I made with this band, where we didn't have a producer telling us to change things or do something different or add things or take things away, just said, this is your song, and they might suggest things.
Yeah.
But like, I'm going to record your vision. Those are the ones that I liked the most.
Yeah.
And then later you get people involved that we're going to do this and we're going to change this, take that out. That's not good. And to me, it was like, well, we think it's good.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that meddle in people's artistry, and I don't dig that a whole lot. And I think that's where you get like those formulas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This works. You want to make money? It's like, I don't know. Sometimes in the music industry, particularly, it's like, do you want to make money, or do you want to obtain or preserve your integrity, your musical integrity?
Yeah.
And some people get greedy, and they'll go with the formula.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they think it's going to sell.
Exactly, because they feel like there's a routine to it. But the thing is, like with artwork, there's really nothing that says you can and can't do anything. If you think about it, like, so when you do it, because think about some of those. I mean, there's plenty of songs out there that are timeless now. That if you look at it from a song structure, it follows none of the formulas. Or it's like 7 minutes long, and it's like, no, it needs to be under 4 to be. It's like you'd be missing out on this song then. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's really interesting that people do that, but I get it, because it's like, well, this is what works, and I guess that's from a business mindset. But it's like, but it's not business; it's art, right? I don't know. It's interesting.
That's why they call it the music business. So,
I guess so, right?
The business of music.
I guess, but
it's
I'm curious if you know this. So, when you were talking about that, I started thinking about like bands that I know, and one band that I think of a lot, and I'm curious if maybe it was producers or if it was just maybe the transition of the band, is I think about Mudvayne a lot. Because when I think about LD50, I think that is one of the most creative albums that I've ever listened to. That is so non-formulaic. That's what I felt like. But then as you noticed, like the CD after that was still good, but I think as they transitioned, I felt like it got more like a formula. And was that producers, or was that just like them wanting to switch kind of their genre to be more
I've listened to a lot of interviews with them.
Yeah.
And I think that that first album, if I was them, like, that's an undertaking. Like, you got to do a lot. That, and there's always that saying that you have your whole lifetime to write your first album.
I've heard that too. Yep.
Yep. And then after that, you have just, very small points in time to be inspired and create something that is supposed to exceed the expectation of what you've already created. Which I think is a little bit different than a lot of other art forms. So if I paint an awesome picture or something like that, I think you can take as much time as you want in between. And you can do that with music too. Yeah. But when you get into the music industry, they have the contracts, and
that makes sense.
Hey, we need new material, and now, especially at a certain point in time, now it's a little bit different because anyone can create their own music. You don't have to rely on contracts and deadlines like a lot of bands I think had to. Yeah. But I think those guys in particular, I've listened to interviews and read interviews where they have said that they just wanted to write music that was easier to perform and easier for an audience to digest. Yeah. So whether it's them and that might be a producer stepping in and saying like, "Hey guys, you need to make things a little more accessible for the audience." Dude, I don't know. I've liked all their music.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked it. I just that album.
Nothing's as good as LD50.
LD50, and then
it's
the end of the best. What is it? The
End of All Things to Come.
Is that the one that came after?
I think so.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that one was.
That's pretty.
That was my second favorite, I think, out of those. But it's just interesting that they did it. And I was listening to something too, and they said that they were writing a lot of the songs in the studio. Yeah. For that album too, for LD50, which that was interesting. That they're like, we had to. I think they talked about recording like the last 3 songs or something like that. Like, we had to be out at like 10:30 in the morning, so we did it overnight. Like, and I'm like, dang.
Worked overnight.
So But thinking about like some of those songs on there, because every song's good off there, thinking like that was just written and recorded in a short period of time. Like that's cool to me. That's why I
pretty
also
sweet.
think that like, because there's no way you could even get producer involvement in that quick a time. That's why I was always curious about that question, because I was like, that's still to date one of the most creative albums I think I've listened to. That I enjoy.
For sure.
Yeah. Especially for the time, man. Like for the time, like nobody wrote anything like that, and I don't think they knew what to do with them either, because they like, I guess we'll put them in the new metal genre, but they're not new metal.
No,
you know what I mean? Like progressive. Maybe
they had like on that album there was a couple of new metal moments. The song "Under My Skin" where he does the rap.
Yeah.
In the middle, which I think's awesome.
It is.
I love that part.
Yeah.
But that's very new metal.
Yeah.
Like, let's break down and do a little rap, you know. But that came out before new metal was a thing. If you think about it, like the new metal movement had just started.
Yep.
1998, 99 maybe.
Yeah.
And so they wouldn't have known.
No.
There was nothing to influence that. It was just
no.
They were just.
And I mean, I think they get lumped into it now, right? And I don't know if it's like the shock rock thing where it's because they were all painted up and they throw them in. But even Slipknot, I wouldn't consider new metal, but they get thrown in that category too. But that whole genre was really interesting around there. When I think about the bands that came out that time, there was a lot of really good, unique bands at that time.
It's a very strange time in music.
It is. It's
very odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, some of it hasn't aged well with me. Some of it's aged well in terms of like, I really appreciate Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
A lot more than I used to.
Yeah.
I used to just think like, what a clowny band.
Yeah.
And now, like, I don't know, I'll see clips of them performing or stuff, and I have a friend that saw them live, and he's like, dude, they were top notch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's cool that they like they stuck to their guns, and they're still active and tight, and they have their own little kind of artistic touch to things, whether it's like the weird theatrics and the just kind of goofy, but it's like they embrace it. Yeah. You know, so they're very self-aware of what they are, and I think that's cool. Instead of like taking themselves too seriously, like a band like Korn, which has not aged well with me.
Yeah.
For me, I'm like, guys, don't take yourselves too serious. I feel like they take themselves really serious.
Yeah, I can see that.
But very interesting time for sure.
Yeah, and all that music's coming back. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Full circle. Last few years, I feel like people are talking about Limp Bizkit again. I was like, dude, there's been like 15 years where nobody talked about Limp Bizkit.
Selling out arenas.
Yeah, I know. I saw a little clip of them just playing break stuff, and the whole crowd's like jumping up and down. It's like this huge crowd. I'm like, dang, okay.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I'm pretty sure that he said that he got tickets. He's like, you should go. I was like, I don't know. I didn't really like entertain the thought too much, you know. And then he mentioned, he's like, oh, I think it's sold out. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? Limp Bizkit sold out in an arena?
Dang.
And then they're good on them. I think that's cool. But they also had this cool formula where they went away for a while, built that demand. A lot of people stay too long to the party.
Yep.
And if they're not coming up with fresh creative things while they're doing it, then people lose interest. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
You don't want to see the same thing every single year. Like I just went to see Warrant.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Warrant, Firehouse, and the lead singer, Great White, just passed away, but his band still played. They had a new lead singer. And there wasn't very many people there. But I was like, they've been doing the same thing. These bands, they haven't done anything new. You know, they played just nothing but hits from their heyday.
Yeah.
And there was it was at the amphitheater in Camden, which is we looked it up. It can hold 10,000 people, I think, there.
Yeah.
I bet there was maybe 2,000 people there, which is still pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I mean, there's probably so many people that said, "Oh, I've seen them."
Could be
100 times.
Yeah.
You know, they never went away. They had to keep, but I know that those guys got to keep playing to pay the bills.
Yeah.
That's their career.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of shows there too.
It was a great show, by the way. It was really awesome.
Was it?
They were awesome. Yeah, Warrant was really awesome. I did not like Firehouse.
No.
Are you familiar with Firehouse?
No. No.
They had a hit song called "Don't Treat Me Bad," and they had a song called "Love of a Lifetime," which is like a ballad.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. It's a little hokey to me. Came off kind of like a little corny, but Warrant was really cool. They were really heavy. Yeah. But anyways.
Yeah, I used to watch the crossover Christian music festival there in Camden.
Yeah, I went with you one year.
Yeah.
Remember we stayed in, we tried to find we kept on asking the guy, what's the heaviest stuff you got in here?
That was when I got Face Down.
Face Down.
And that was literally, I still to this day, those guys are still awesome.
Which is on Spotify now.
Yeah.
Which they weren't for a long time.
I saw.
They're on there.
It's already been on my list for a while, yeah.
Those guys are
dude.
They're kind of like a hardcore band.
Dude, yeah, it's funny, for being a Christian band, I hadn't heard any Christian bands like them before, and I really actually haven't heard many bands like them in general. They've kind of got an interesting style.
It's funny because I remember really liking them, thinking they were super cool.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I remember them being like super heavy.
Yeah.
Like Living Sacrifice heavy.
Yeah.
And then when they came on the Spotify and I went back, I was like, no, this isn't anything like I remember it being, but I actually like it more now than I did then.
I do too, yeah.
I like how it's super raw.
It is.
Just really aggressive.
Yeah.
Very cool music.
And you could tell all the musicians are good too. Like just listen to it just by the way they play, and how raw it is and how good it still sounds.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah.
And there was who was the band that rocked the free throw hammer? What was the name of that? Do you know what I'm talking about? Warlord? Was it Warlord?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, Warlord.
They were so bad.
It looked so awesome.
It looked so good.
And that guy was like, "You want heavy? This is where it's at."
Yeah,
and we listened to that and we're like, "This is not good."
Dude, I think out of all of those, I think
good.
90% of what I got there was terrible, and then there was only like 10% of something that was good. Like Face Down was good.
Yep.
There's a couple others that I don't remember, but there was a few that just made me laugh. Matonia. They were so bad. The recording was the worst recording I think I've ever heard, but they had a song that just made me laugh.
I remember buying a early POD album there. Not the album that was I like my French fries with my ketchup. Remember that song off the POD album? Never made any sense to us. It was like an early POD album.
Yeah.
I remember not really liking it a whole lot. What was
Snuff the Punk?
Yeah, that might have been it.
That was like their first one. Then Brown was the one right after that.
Brown's the one that's got I like my French fries with my ketchup.
I think so. Yeah.
I think it was Snuff the Punk. I didn't like it a whole lot, and I remember they were really big at the time.
Yeah.
And then I bought a Living Sacrifice album there.
Dude.
And I like that.
Living Sacrifice was
those
killer.
Guys are
they were also one of those bands.
Brutal.
They had no reason to be in the Christian scene. Like they were so heavy and they were so innovative. Like there were
those guys are
bands around that time that were secular that were not as good. Like not even close.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys brutal music.
Super brutal.
Yeah.
So good though.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, see they were good ones.
Stuff.
Living Sacrifice, them. Who's some other bands I saw? Gnashing of Teeth. I remember them. I forgot about those guys.
Yeah.
They had like one or two songs. Like I could listen to this, but I don't know if it aged well. I wonder if I still have it. I'll have to look. Like David was the worst.
I remember that. Yeah. I remember us like leaving Crossover and like just ripping plastic off CDs so we could listen to it.
Yep.
And I just remember the one that really killed me was the Warlord album.
It was so funny.
I can't remember if you bought it or if I bought it, but I just know we had it. And it had like the flames on the front. They had an awesome logo.
Yeah.
And I remember the dude really talking about,
he did.
This is where it's at. This is where it's at. And I was just putting that and just be like, oh, dude, what is this? This is not good.
Dude, no, it was bad.
This is
I
not
think
good.
I remember being in the back seat just laughing. I think when we were listening to it, because I was like, "Yeah, this isn't what I expected. This is pretty not good."
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. There's that crossover festival is actually where Red did their CD release album. They released it there. It was because that was before they were ever known. That was the first concert I went to. You weren't there, but I remember I was
there
with John.
I remember you telling me that it was like 100 degrees out, and their lead singer came out in like a puffy jacket or something.
Something I can't remember, but
I do like, I don't know how he did it. He was just like, it was super hot, and he was wearing like,
dude.
But we, me, you, and Chris Akana went to that Sounds of the Underground.
Yeah, we did.
And there was the band Terror. I don't know if you remember Terror.
I don't think so.
But it was the same thing. Remember how hot that show was?
Yeah, dude.
I
remember
hot.
Remember, I got dehydrated, almost passed out. I had to go get water.
I just remember their lead singer coming out because they're based out of the Bronx, like New York, and they came out, and their lead singer was like in like a black oversized hoodie, and played the whole show with that thing on, and I remember my mind just being like, take that thing off, man! You're gonna die.
Dude,
you know,
dude. That was a good experience. I love going there because some of the bands that I thought were good weren't, and some of the bands that I didn't expect to be good were good. It was a really interesting show.
It was
because In Flames was amazing. They had an
awesome light show. Remember those light bars?
Yeah,
they kept on like going up, and it was super.
They were
cool.
so
I've never
solid.
seen anything like that since.
Yep. I loved In Flames, and they performed well. As I Lay Dying put on a great show.
They were great.
Trivium was, they did terrible. Well, it wasn't.
He stopped screaming. Remember?
He didn't scream. That's when they switched. So the whole tour, he didn't scream anything, sung everything, and I was just like, what? And even the band itself was not very tight, not compared to.
I remember we got to meet them. I remember Matt Heffy was. All the other guys were like super nice, and Matt Heffy was like in that lawn chair with sunglasses on.
Yeah,
like,
and he signed it, but he didn't even make ey contact. Yeah, and I was like, dang it. But it's funny because I see interviews with him.
I remember we walked away, and I remember you being like, man, I was hoping he was going to be nicer to us.
Yeah, he was like my dude back then. And it's funny because I watch interviews with him now, and he actually seems like a good dude. But like I was like, man.
And we met the Behemoth guys, and they were way nicer than the Trivium guys.
Behemoth was awesome because I didn't expect that. And when they started playing, I was like, dude, I like these guys.
They came out to their booth, but they still did leather pants on and stuff. They changed their tops, but they did leather pants and the makeup. And like, dude, those guys were super cool.
Dude, and as a three-piece, they were solid. Like, they were good.
Yeah, they were awesome.
So, yeah, they were great. And then there were some bands there that were pretty popular. Like, maybe not then, but I remember people talking about like the band Converge, how good they were. They were so bad.
Yeah,
I don't remember anything about them playing that I was like, oh, they're awesome.
The only thing I remember about them is from a distance, it was their guitar player, I think, looked like my doppelganger.
Oh yeah, one of them did. That was him, wasn't it? That's right.
You were like, Tony looks like you on
stage playing guitar.
I was like, man, that does look like me. You know, I remember Campbell Corpse playing, and there was two things that happened. People kept on getting hauled out of the mosh pit on stretchers, and we were like, whoa, because we'd never seen anything like that. And then I remember there was the death metal chick in the bikini.
Dude, I tell that story all the time. That
Chris Akana was like, that's my future woman. And we're like, no, dude, that's not who you want, man. You know, that girl's, she'll beat you up, Chris. That's a tough girl.
I just remember her because she was standing right next to us, and she looked like she didn't look like she'd be into that genre at all. She just looked like
like in her mid-40s, maybe. She was older.
Maybe older, but she didn't seem like that. And then all of a sudden, like, just it came on, and she was yelling every single lyric to all the Cannibal Corpse songs.
I remember most of the show, she was just kind of standing there with her husband, not, you know, kind of like maybe getting into it a little bit, but nothing crazy. And then when Cannibal Corpse came on, it was like an animal came alive inside her. It was wild.
Dude, see, and that's why you can't judge people. That was one thing. And I remember all the old people getting into it, too. Remember there was, like, plenty of people over 60 years old that were just out there. I just remember being like, Cannibal Corpse or Behemoth's on, and they're just like, yeah. And I'm just like, I would have never guessed.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed.
Wild.
Yeah.
It was a fun mix of music that day. We saw a lot of really cool stuff. Got to see Guar. I saw Guar last year with my wife.
I saw Gore last year, too.
Did you?
Yep, they played with Mudvayne. So
Was it incredible?
It was good. It's like Guar, right? It's like I don't really care for Guar's music much at all, but their stage presence is so good.
We saw them at the Blue Note.
Yeah.
Inside in a club.
That would be nice.
It was incredible.
Dude, that'd be nice.
And I actually appreciated their music a lot more this time around. Because I remember when we saw them, we were so visually captivated. When we got done, we're like, dude, do you remember anything they played?
I remember none of it.
I don't remember any songs they played, and we just watched them. So it was really cool seeing them in a club.
Yeah, some of the amphitheater again.
You know, the first thought was, let's get down there and get squirted with stuff. And we kind of opted out. We found a really nice spot behind a balcony.
Yeah.
We got a little bit on our ankles and our feet, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, seeing them again was fun. But yeah, Mudvayne, seeing them live was really cool too. Yeah, man, it's cool too. And they played almost all LD50, which was the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stage presence too. Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
I think so. That's how I know you.
That's how you know me. Yeah? I knew that was going to happen. We are. Oh, that's how it always goes.
Dang.
So this is good though. This is great.
No.
So first question. So obviously, as you know, I'll go through the questions. Gave them to you earlier. You just answer, and we'll spend as much time as we need. But
okay, cool.
We'll start at the beginning. What was growing up like for you?
Growing up was very happy.
Yeah.
And very simple. But I think that's how I perceived it at the time. And I will never take anything away from that. I truly believe it was a happy time. It was a very simple time. And it was just, me, mom, dad, my sister. I don't really have any bad memories. Nothing comes out that says like, oh, this one time, this one event, or there wasn't even like a series of small events that made it seem terrible ever,
Yeah.
My parents still are very, very loving people, very nice people. In retrospect, though, the older I get, as I kind of explore myself and my habits as an adult, I think kind of revert back to parts of my childhood that I don't want to say weren't great, but just maybe could have been better. So I felt my parents worked really, really hard. My dad would work very long days. He worked in the lumber industry most of his life. And so he would I remember he would drive his shingle truck home because he could leave at 5 a.m. from his truck, get it loaded at the yard, go do a roof, and he could do that back and forth. He'd stock roofs.
Yeah.
And he'd do that till sundown, basically. He'd tell stories about how they would shine headlights on the roofs from cars and trucks and stuff so they could finish them. And then the lumberyard would be locked up already, so he'd have to take the truck back home. So there's a lot of pictures of me as a little boy in the front seat of the big lumber truck, and never understood why it was at our house. So he'd work really long hours, and he'd beat up his body. Which, in retrospect, my dad had to do a lot of resting,
Yeah.
And then my mom had to work long hours, and she worked a lot of nights. And for a while, and then when she went back to days, she worked at the hotel. I don't know if you remember, she worked at the hotel, managed the hotel for 20 years. And even though they worked as hard as they could, there was times where I didn't have proper childcare, so I would stay in a hotel room.
Really?
Yeah, her boss was nice enough that I'd stay in a hotel room, which still, looking back, I'm like, that's awesome. And it was awesome because I had open access to the pools. I'd roam around. the housekeepers knew me, you know, and then I could go back to the room. I had a bed, and, you know, I remember being little and going to the lobby and getting cups of coffee,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And, but in all that, I spent a lot of time by myself, tons of time by myself. And then I would stay home by myself at a pretty young age, which means I had to learn a lot about taking care of myself. Um, and that's affected me in certain ways later on in life. This idea that I don't need anyone else,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep.
I've had to do everything on my own.
Yep.
And that's the thing is the way you word that can mean two different things. Like I've always felt that I had to do everything on my own,
Mm-hmm.
opposed to I want to do things on my own, you
Yeah.
know. And when you do things on your own, there's a certain loneliness to that, you know, and you just like you get stuck in that. You push people away, and you don't do it on purpose. You don't mean to do it. It's just this idea that you don't need anyone else. Just, you know.
Yeah.
And so I think that was definitely like a symptom of my childhood. So it wasn't bad. I don't remember anything ever being bad, but there was just things that could have been better, you know. And there's certain family dynamics that were odd in retrospect. Like my I don't even know if you know this. I don't really talk to many people about it at all. But so my dad, you know, my dad.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's not my bio dad. What would you call it? Father? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just gonna say biological dad. Um, whoever the other fellow was, which I don't know his name. I don't know what he looks like. I have no interest in that at all. Bailed. I guess how I understand it is he just freaked out. I think his family freaked out because he was really, really young. And rather than step up and take care of, you know, what you could look at as a mistake or whatever, a misstep, he just decided to bail, you know. And that's what makes me so grateful for my dad, is my dad's never treated me any different. Like all growing up, it was like, that's my dad. And even after I found out that like he isn't like your biological father, it didn't really mean anything to me. Even when I found out, like, thanks for letting me know, but like, my concern was like, does this affect anything between me and dad? You know, when I had that conversation with my mom, she's like, I mean, not unless you wanted to, you know, affect anything. Basically, like, no, as long as we're still cool, you know, that's all I know. And he's always treated me really well. But I've always gotten this idea that obviously the rest of his family knew. And I never thought that they treated me. I just thought they treated me different.
Really?
Yeah. Just, you know, nothing crazy. There's never anything that, you know, my dad always treated me the same as my sister. But like, my grandfather very obviously favored my sister. But he was also kind to me. Like, he gave me a job when I was in high school, working at the dot company that my dad and him and my uncle owned. His brother, my uncle Brian, was always super, super cool to me. But then, like, you know, I had an aunt that just like, I never was treated the same as my cousins. You know?
Yeah.
Don't know why. I can only speculate. I've never had conversations. This is just my observation, just like me just thinking.
Yeah.
You know, that maybe that had some kind of play. My mom's made mention that she thought I was treated differently.
Yeah.
By that side of the family. Which also played to this, like, I don't need them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, mentality that I always kind of had. It's like, uh, which is something that I've just struggled with. And, you can't be a good husband and father if you have it in your mind that you don't need anyone, you know. So those are, some struggles that I've dealt with lately, recently, things like that. But so that's kind of some childhood factors. Um, but like my social life was always good. Never any events. Never got into any trouble. Um, didn't do excellent in high school. Not because I wasn't smart or anything. It was always had this. My parents always had these conversations with the teachers of, um, you know, your son's got a lot of potential.
The potential
The
conversation, yeah.
potential
I love
conversation.
that.
I was like the poster boy for that. Your son's got a lot of potential, you know, and but I was always just so consumed in the arts from a very young age, and there's nothing artsy or creative or fun about social studies or
Yep.
you know math. There's nothing saucy about math, you know. Uh, that's like I remember me and you had geometry class together.
Best class
We
ever.
made it pretty saucy, but
Yeah.
that kind of goes to show how like detached we were from academics, or me anyways.
Yeah.
There was like I'd much rather have fun, goof around, do something playful and creative than focus on my academics.
Yeah.
I never failed out of a class. Um, and actually, halfway through my junior year and all of my senior year, I did pretty well because I wanted to go to school.
Yeah.
Um, so I wised up a little bit there, but no, childhood was pretty good. Just some weird, just retrospective things.
Yeah.
Man, childhood just had these uh, weird, like underlining tones.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. And you think it
just
all stemmed from that, huh? Because
I think a lot
how
of.
long was Troy your like how young were you when Troy became your dad?
I don't remember life without him, but
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
there was life without him.
Hmm.
I just don't remember it.
So it was maybe a couple of years old, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I
Yeah.
was. They got married in 1991. I was born in '89, and
Hmm.
pictures of me dressed up for their wedding.
Yeah.
So I know that, like, when I was born, I went from the hospital to my grandmother's house um, in Illinois, and just lived there with my grandma and my mom. So I don't know how long
Yeah. Yeah.
that was until they got married. And once they got married, we moved to Missouri. And I think things were tough for them. I've never really talked to them a whole lot about it, but I know that they left Illinois, got married, left Illinois. My dad had some roots at the lake because he went to Osage for a couple years
Yeah.
in the middle. His parents got divorced, so um, if I remember correctly, I guess it would be his mom. His mom, I think, moved to the lake. Um, don't really know the whys to a lot of that, but um, so I remember living at my grandma's house, my dad's mom. That's where we lived when when I was little.
Yeah.
I just thought that was normal. Now I mean, I would hate the idea that like my kids would have to live not in their own place, their own
Yeah.
space, I didn't think anything of it though. I always thought it was kind of fun that like my parents would go to work and I'd stay with my grandma. Uh, and for the most part, it was kind of I think it was kind of a lady I didn't know. I think this was kind of like my introduction
Yeah.
to her. And she was always really nice. You know, she'd take me to the gas station to get snacks. And
Yeah.
I remember maybe because she just didn't know how to deal with kids or how to be a grandmother. I remember watching horror movies way too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was like a huge Stephen King buff. I remember she had a rack full of Stephen King stuff. And so she liked that stuff. I remember looking at the covers of it. Some of it was pretty creepy, you know.
Yeah.
And then she had a little VHS rack. And I remember like it was basically all horror films, you know. And yeah, I would just watch them. It was like not a big deal. No one ever told me not to. No, she never said anything, you know. So yeah, and I've always loved like horror films and sci-fi films ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of my introduction to that. But and then after living there, we hopped from trailer to trailer. I remember I lived in the trailer
Yeah, I
park
remember.
for
Yeah.
most of my childhood.
Yeah.
And I remember when we moved there, it was a really nice place. I remember like the sidewalks were really nice, and there was curb lighting on all the sidewalks. And I remember my aunt and uncle lived in there for a while, so like we had neighbors that we knew, and um, and I think we lived in like 4 different trailers in that trailer park because we'd like rent one year
Yep.
at this one, and then we go to a different one because when my sister was really, really little, we had to share a room together for a while. I don't think my parents liked that. So then it was like we upgraded to a 2-bedroom, and then they bought their own trailer and put it in there. It was just kind of like slowly stepping up, you know, to the point where they have a pretty nice house out in the country now, which is good for them, you know.
That's nice. Yeah, because I don't think I remember. I think last time I hung out with or saw your family, it was still, I think, in a... No. It was back there. Yeah, they lived out in the...
Was it still in the trailer?
It wasn't
the trailer was out on that property for a while.
Was it? I'm trying to think. It might have been the trailer out on the property, maybe.
Yeah, maybe
It's been a while.
And now they have a home
That's nice.
out there, yeah.
That's nice. Did you know that we used to live at that trailer park?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
We lived there, I can't remember, not for long. I think it was for a couple of years before we moved out to, I think, Osage Beach. So, I mean, we wouldn't have lived there, I don't think, at the same time, I don't think. But, I mean, we could have, I guess.
Probably. We probably did, to be honest with you. I just had no...
Because I want to say I would have been probably around 4, I'd say, when I moved away from there.
No, I guess we probably wouldn't have.
But I just remembered. I only remember like a few
You were probably coming out as we were coming in.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
you guys rented the one that we moved out of?
Maybe. Because I was, I think I was 3 when we moved to the lake. And I think we were at my grandma's for, I'm going to say, 6 months to a year. So that's probably around 4 when we moved in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And it's funny, you hit another point that I thought was interesting, is you talked about how, you spending time at your grandma's place all the time, but you thought it was fun. And I think you've shared a few things like that. I think that speaks a lot to like the resilience of kids. Like if you think about being a kid, we don't really think about like, I don't know, because I think somehow our bodies and minds, I think sometimes we know how to make ourselves feel better. And I think kids is a good example. Like in those moments, I feel like that was just fun. Like when you think about it, but then when you actually are thinking about as an adult, you're like, that might not have been the best idea, but in that moment, it seemed okay.
Yes.
It's kind of interesting to think about.
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with, I think a couple things kind of factored towards the fun aspect of it. Was my parents were super young. They were kids when I was a kid.
Yeah.
In many ways, probably how you were. I mean, your parents were super young when you were
Parents
a
are
kid.
young too, yeah.
Yeah. So like when I was born, my mom was 17. My dad was 18. We moved to the lake a couple of years later. They're 20, 21, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And so my parents were kids.
Yeah.
and they were having fun. They were fun people.
Yeah.
They are fun people, you know. And so there was never this. I think a lot of kids live in the same circumstances that I lived in. You know, like even to get like kind of, I don't want to say darker or deeper, but like a fun side note is
Yeah.
like the home that I went to from the hospital
Yeah.
was a chicken coop. It
What?
was a chicken coop that was converted into a 1-bedroom home.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there was just some poverty
Yeah.
involved, and then you go and then what's the next progression is, I know we lived in a little apartment in Illinois together. I have weird vague memories of it. Maybe they're just like weird projections my mind has made up, but I feel like I can almost see that apartment, you know.
Yeah.
But then when you leave state, it's like, unless you got a lot of money, you gotta live with relatives for a little bit. But everything was like fun loving surrounding me, even though there was these circumstances of like,
Yeah.
I gotta live with my mom, you know.
That's true. Yeah.
And yeah, I gotta live in this converted chicken coop. You know, there's certain people that probably have the same sort of circumstances, but they're surrounded by this idea of like, or this feeling of like maybe fear
Yeah.
or danger.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really sad. I never felt that. I never felt like there was a risk of me being in danger of something or
Yeah.
being afraid. Besides maybe watching horror films too early.
Yeah.
I remember the bed that I would sleep in. I remember I can vividly remember it there's a big window that didn't have curtains. And there was a street light and it illuminated and silhouetted this big tree.
Yeah.
I just remember like sitting there and looking at the branches on the tree, and as a kid they would morph and
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, it's the Jason Voorhees is out there or something, like it just like painted this picture,
Yeah.
but that's just fun childhood messing with me, my brain. But yeah, I never felt, uh, anything bad.
Yeah.
It was always pretty happy and pretty simple for my, if there was struggles and stuff, or I was very unaware of them. I think my parents did a good job of maybe keeping me out of it if there was.
Yeah.
And they never informed me after the fact that there was really bad problems or anything.
Yeah. And would you say your sister's experience was similar to yours or different?
That's a weird thing to think about and discuss, actually, because my sister's taken a completely different path in life than me, but I feel like we had the same circumstances. We grew up in the same circumstances. She came 5 years after me.
Mm-hmm.
So she didn't have to deal with the moving around and switching states. Even though I was super young, I had to still experience that.
Yeah.
So she was born into a home. So in some respects, as an infant or a small child, she may have had it easier on that front. But I don't know what's different. There's a part of, and I think this happens with everyone, all siblings, all children, siblings in particular. So I guess you can grow up with the same circumstances, same parents, and you can go two completely different paths.
Yep.
And why that happens could be brain chemistry and genetic makeups, or I know some people, unfortunately, have to deal with traumas and stuff like that. Um, which luckily um, I've never really experienced like a severe one event trauma or anything like that. But I don't know if my sister has. I've never heard of that from anyone. But she's had a difficult adulthood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, why I asked that too is I feel the same way. So me and obviously my sister, we grew up the same household, but I think we've experienced things different too. And I've always been curious about that perspective of how much of it, because I always get fascinated by nature versus nurture conversations all the time, and I just wonder how much of it is just like, yeah, I guess genetic makeup. How much of it is just like temperament that like no matter what circumstance you're in, maybe you would have always turned out the same, right? Or is it just emotional needs? Maybe your emotional needs were met in that circumstance. Maybe hers weren't, right? Like I've always been curious just about like those dynamics about how much is environment, how much is nature. I'm sure it's a little bit of both, but I don't know. What's your take on that?
I don't know. That's tough.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because when I think about nurturing, I feel like we were both well nurtured.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so the only thing you're left with when you do a little deduction is all you have left is the nature of things.
Yeah.
You know? And naturally, we turned out different.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like we were nurtured the same.
Yeah.
You know, and me and her have always had like this weird. I don't want to say it's a debate because it's perception. We've had different perceptions.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Where she's made mention several times before that she felt like I got more attention as a child.
Yeah.
My perception is that she got more attention.
Yeah,
We'll always
similar.
have to agree to disagree on that forever, I believe.
So next question. So what is the biggest struggle that you made it through?
I got a couple struggles. To think about a couple. Had some. I forgot my notebook. I actually had a notebook because I had to take notes on everything.
Yeah.
So I try to remember what I was. Because I went through the questions last night. Sarah's like, you better jot it down or you're not going to remember anything. I was like, nah. And I'm glad that I did. I was like, yeah, I better actually. I just forgot the stupid notes. But anyways, let's see. Some small struggles. I thought about this because I thought this would be a funny story. It's not really funny, but maybe it'll help your audience a little bit.
Okay.
Tick prevention.
Okay.
Here's a couple struggles. I've gotten Rocky Mountain spotted fever twice.
Okay.
And almost, I don't want to say almost died, but was on the cusp both times. And I had to make it through both of those. So this is just my PSA, actually.
Okay.
Just Tony's story time. Yeah, tick bites, man. Got it once. Thought it was a fluke. I actually kept on getting really sick at night, but not during the day.
Weird.
Yeah, it was really strange, and so I didn't know what was going on. I was working at the lumber yard at the time. Then I just remember like laying in bed, like just staring at the ceiling fan, just dripping with sweat. And I just remember I had this thought of like, I think this is what dying feels like. I don't know what it was, like feeling of impending doom.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if Max was born yet. I have a feeling he was. But I just remember infants. And like Sarah's not gonna be able to drive me to the ER at 2:30 in the morning when I had this realization.
Mm-hmm.
So I had my mom. I had to call and like wake up my mom. Just like kept calling. I probably called her like 10 times. Just like pick up the phone. I just been like, I think I'm dying. I need to go to the hospital. And then years later, I had to go into the woods at night and got over 70 tick bites. Sarah had to pull them off of me. And I was like, man, I hope I don't get that tick-borne illness again. Kind of as a joke.
Yeah.
And then I ended up getting it again. This time I acted a little quicker, but it was way more gnarly.
Oh.
Man, it's awful. So, everyone, mind your ticks. Don't get bit. They can kill you.
Yeah,
Just lucky I didn't get Lyme's disease.
Yeah, 70 tick bites upped your chances quite a bit.
Oh, man. They're awful. They'll kill you.
That's crazy.
It's a terrible feeling, too. I actually thought it mimics the symptoms of meningitis, where you can't turn your head. Your neck gets really stiff and painful.
Really?
Yeah. And so when I'm looking up the symptoms, I'm like, oh, do I have meningitis? And like, that's a bad deal. Like that can, but, small struggle. I had to make it through.
Dude, do you remember that? That reminded me of a story. Do you remember at Outback when you got your stiff neck at Outback?
Yeah.
I used
to get stiff necks a lot.
Yeah. Because you said you got that one from the ice pack, right?
Yeah.
Do you mind sharing that story? That was a interesting story.
Well, that was just one of many. There was just like I had always get these cricks in my neck. Yeah. I haven't had one in a long time.
That's good.
Knock on wood. I think this is wood. It's metal. Dang it.
It's about the most metal thing you could have done.
Yeah, I had that. I had a sore neck. Put an ice pack on it. I left it on too long, and it like actually made it worse.
Yeah. Couldn't
turn my head for. You have to like turn your shoulders.
Yes.
Everywhere when someone says something to you, you gotta what?
I felt so bad because I remember seeing you working that day, and I'm just like, it's gotta suck. Yeah. You're just walking around like this everywhere. Yeah. And I'm like, oh.
I remember trying to get it off, and they basically guilted me into keep working, and I just didn't stand up for myself. I was just like, oh, yeah, I'll make it happen. Got a really bad one like years after that when I was at work and I went in and it's like, but this one my head was slightly turned and it was stuck like this. Ooh. And so if I had to look at someone, I had to like turn my body. Ooh, it was bad. Haven't had them in a long time, but I have a lot better like sleeping system now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember? You told me this story one time that I fell asleep at your house and elevated my head like off the pillow and was like,
You did. You totally did.
I remember you telling me that? Like you fell asleep, but you like lifted your head off the pillow and just kept going. I'm like, no way. And you're like, I swear I watched you. And I was like, it's so creepy you're watching me do that. But I mean, yeah.
I was awake, so I'm just
totally unrelated. But that's great.
Dude.
So
we're talking about Outback. I always tell this story I don't know why this story even comes up. Anytime I talk about jeans, it always comes up. Do you remember when I forgot my jeans at Outback? And I went to the store at Target to buy some real quick, and we were bussing tables together. So what happened is I didn't, this is the first time buying jeans for myself. So I grabbed them like 32s, okay. So I grabbed them. I went to the bathroom to change, and I remember being in the bathroom like, dude, these things are tight. And I'm like, well, I don't know, whatever. And the first thing you do is I walk out of the bathroom, and you look at me, and you're like, and I'm like, what?
I think I do remember that.
You're like, nice jeans. I'm like, well, thanks. Are they really that bad? You're like, yeah.
Weren't they like high waters too? Like they were like really short and just really tight on your legs.
They were short, super tight. And instead, I was like, dude, I started my shift. So
remember, they're like making you walk funny.
I remember bussing tables, and I had to walk. I was walking like this everywhere I went, like I could barely move. But I was like, I'm late for my shift already.
All because you
forgot
jeans and didn't know what to. Yeah, it's always scary the first time you got to do like an adult thing.
Yeah, I bought
my
I
own pants.
was like, they're 32s, they should work. And I think I got like 32 like slim something. And my legs aren't slim. So, and it wasn't stretchy jeans. So, dude, I was stuck. I was chafed so bad at the end of the day, too.
Remember your pirate pants?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
I got reminded of that.
I felt like, for some reason in my mind, when you'd wear those, I felt like I was the only person that understood why you were wearing them, but I still didn't understand why you were wearing them. Like, you'd wear the pirate pants to school, and I'd be like, yes, Ricky's wearing the pirate pants, because I thought they were hilarious. They were fun.
Yeah, they were.
Right? And everyone else would laugh, And then every once in a while, like, someone would make kind of like a snide remark about it. And I was always super defensive. And they're like, what's up with the pants? And I was always like, I don't know. I don't know what's up with the pants. But we're having fun.
Yeah.
They're funny.
Yeah.
That's what's up with the pants. And I remember one time, I think this is the only time you did the combination, maybe once, was you had that giant snowboarding coat.
Yep.
That was humongous.
Yeah.
It was like, it looked like a tent.
Yeah.
And I remember you wearing the pirate pants and the giant coat one day, like in wintertime. Tall socks, tennis shoes, and I just remember just being like, this is so wild.
Dude.
And I feel like just because we were so close, I was like, I get it. I understand. But I can never put it into words what it is. This is funny.
Well, hey, the funny I don't even know why I did it. I think about it. Like, I just remember, because I think you gave them to me, right?
Yeah.
Because it was part of Pirate Thing. I just remember being like, these are hilarious. So maybe I wore them for fun. Also, they were super comfortable because they were super thin. I did like that. And it's funny, it's not till later. Nobody told me anything. I didn't think anybody even noticed because nobody said a word to me about it. I just wore them.
Yeah, people would comment on them. And I just thought it was hilarious. Dude. I just thought it was so funny.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't understand why you wore them, I felt like I understood why you were wearing them. It was just because like we were talking about this, everything was how can we make this fun?
Yeah.
And so I could just totally see you being like, it'd be really funny if I wore these pirate pants.
I did. And I rocked those. I rocked those way too much too.
You wore those a lot.
And it wasn't until later. I wasn't even really paying attention. I remember my sister bringing it up once. She's like, "Yeah, you used to wear those pirate pants." I was like, "Yeah." What's wrong? She's like, "Yeah, everybody could see your package." I was like, "What?" Well, thanks for telling me now.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I was like, now that I think about it, I mean, it was really thin fabric.
Yeah.
It makes a whole lot of sense.
I never heard that comment.
Yeah, she brought that up way after the fact. So I'm like, okay.
But cool. I guess maybe like a girl would hear that comment over someone like me, But
yeah. It was funny, though.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I wore that, pajamas. I got everybody wearing the high socks with their jeans tucked into their socks. Remember that? Yeah. That was fun.
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like whatever I could do to have some fun throughout the day. Because to your point, I didn't care about school that much. Like, why not have some fun?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Some other struggles. Had to deal with carpal tunnel. Got surgery on this hand.
You told me about that. Did you ever get surgery on the other one?
I have not, but my left hand was the worst.
Yeah.
And actually, I haven't had a whole lot of trouble with my right hand lately. Good. And I'm every once in a while I get a flare, far and in between. The left hand was always way worse.
Yeah.
And so I got the surgery on that one. Successful surgery. My hand feels great most of the time. I'd probably say like 95% recovery.
Good. Yeah.
5% of the time it feels tight. It doesn't hurt like it used to. It's like the mobility sometimes cuts out a little bit. But I I also feel like I take better care of my hands now after that, more aware of them.
Yeah.
Um, but that was a really sad time. I remember just crying a lot.
Yeah.
I remember one
Just
time, very specifically, just this moment of like my hands kept hurting me, and they kept hurting me, and then I played a show, and then my hands throbbed for like 4 days afterwards. Couldn't make any sense of it. My hands are on fire.
yeah.
And then I'd start dropping things. You know, like I'd be holding like a glass, and then my hand would just open up, just drop stuff. It happened a lot, and I couldn't make any sense of it.
Yeah.
You know, and well, I got it. So there was all these things that kept happening, you know, and before going to the doctor, I was just like trying to figure out what, you know, I would stretch them really good. I would ice them. I would try all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And I just remember like I had drums set up in the house. I remember going in there to play. My hands were already hurting, but I just remember like, oh, I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna stretch real good, and I'm gonna go play. I played for maybe like 3 or 4 minutes, and they just like caught on fire. I couldn't hold my sticks, and I just remember just like bawling because I'm like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna drum again. I don't know what's wrong, and then I went to the doctor, and they did all the tests and stuff, which are awful tests. Whew. They stick these big. They're needles. They're like this long, and they're electric probes, and they stick them all over in your arms, and like deep, and then they will trigger the electricity to see if the nerve has a reaction to the electricity, and then there's a big computer system and stuff, you know. Yeah. And they said you have carpal tunnel in both hands. And they said, your left hand's worse. And I was like, I know that. I could feel it, you know.
Yeah.
But I got the surgery, and the recovery was pretty decent. It's a painful recovery, but it's a fast recovery. It goes pretty quick. And they did that, like, they didn't have to cut my palm open. That's like old school, where they cut your palm, they split it open, then they had to stitch your palm together. They just had to make this little, like, you can see it. It's like a little centimeter or so. And then they stick like a tool in there, and they open up your carpal tunnel, and it wasn't all that bad. I had to wear I had to wear like jogger pants for like a couple months. Because I couldn't do anything with my hand. You know, I couldn't zip or like. I had to pull everything up, you know. And
makes sense. It took me a second to get there. I was like, why do you have to wear jogger pants?
That was about the toughest part of it.
Yeah.
Was like I could go back to work, but you know, had to have Sarah help me with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
For a while, but that was tough to overcome.
I can imagine. I mean, that's a whole grieving process too, man. Because that's like,
really
that's part of your identity. Because that's, I mean, you're a drummer,
yeah.
right? You
can't drum
exactly. Yeah. So it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of big emotions there.
Oh man,
makes sense.
Yeah, it was tough. I just had this like crisis, basically. Yeah. Identity crisis. Like if I can't do this, then who am I? What do I do?
Yeah.
So I was really scared. I was scared that it wasn't going to work. I just had all, you know, but I'll eventually get my right hand done. It's just costly.
Yeah.
You know, and still paying on the other one. So further on down the line, since this one doesn't bother me as much, I get a little twitching in my thumb sometimes, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, it goes away. I think my diet helps a lot with it, like a lot of things do.
Yeah.
So I can tell when I'm not eating well because my carpal tunnel will flare.
Because of inflammation?
I'm guessing inflammation.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So like, was it last week? Let me think about this. Last week before, we went to Branson for a couple days. And while you're in Branson, you do Branson stuff.
Yeah.
You eat a big meal, you eat ice cream, you snack when you want to snack and stuff like that. And the days following, my thumb was very twitchy. Like my palm would feel tight sometimes. I'd be like, yeah, I went a little overboard.
Yeah.
So,
Dang.
yeah, that was one. I guess struggle I'm currently going through. Some family dynamic stuff that's just been recent. Not getting along with my sister very well, and she's got a lot of work to do for herself, and I personally don't feel that she's putting in the work that she should.
Yeah.
And for someone that's really heavy on mental health, I think it's really important that everyone takes care of themselves and puts forth the efforts to take care of themselves. And when you see someone that's struggling and they don't do it, it's sad, And so, to be protective of myself, my family, and my children, we've had to distance ourselves from her, and as a result, you end up distancing yourself from other people.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a domino effect, and out of respect for her, I won't air out her problems or anything, but it's just been difficult managing that, and I hope that eventually she gets better. I think she can do better,
Yeah.
And so yeah, she just has caused some pain, but I'm dealing with it way better than I was. It was causing a lot of problems. I just wasn't coping with it very well.
Yeah.
So I started going to therapy, which I denied doing for a long time. Working in mental health, I had this idea that I don't need to go to therapy because I work in therapy.
Yeah.
Like, why should I have to go to? That makes zero sense. Why do I got to do that?
Yeah.
And so my wife would always tell me, like, you need to go to therapy. You got some issues that you need to resolve, and you can't do it on your own. And she's like, and I can't do it for you. I can help you and I can support you, but you got to do it because you want to do it, and you want to, so you're not constantly just like in emotional turmoil. And through the emotional turmoil, I've created some poor habits.
Yeah.
And then when you create poor habits and that becomes like your norm, you kind of revel in those poor habits a little bit, and you don't think about how it affects other people, how it affects you long term, short term, whatever it is. So my performance as a husband and father and co-worker, I know I wasn't doing the best at work, as good as I could have.
Yeah.
Just because I had these personal issues, and a lot of it is like stuff that I can't change. That's the toughest part.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, when they're faced with things that they can't change, they throw their hands up, like they're like hopelessness.
Yeah.
I can't change it, so I give up. And to an extent, I kind of did that, and but then you realize that like you can set boundaries with people, and you can do what's best for you, and it might be hard for others, in taking care of yourself. I'm a little bit of always been kind of like a people pleaser ish.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I come from a family where sweeping things under the rug is easier than facing things head on.
Yeah. I know about that.
And that's yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another poor habit that that's a lifelong habit.
Yeah.
And I still, even though I've been working on it a lot, I still slip into that habit every once in a while, and I do my best to snap out of it as quick as I can. And my wife keeps me in check a lot with that. She can tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so it's just taken a long time to actually start to do something for myself. I wish I would have done it sooner.
Yeah.
But I think there's a little bit of denial in there too, that I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need to go. I don't need to go to therapy. I'm fine. I'll work on it myself. But no, it's one of the best things I've done. Actually, you ever gone to therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's been your biggest takeaway?
That habits, poor or bad, are about understanding, truly understanding something. So like you work out, and it's probably a habit of yours to work out.
Yep.
Because you have an understanding that working out is good for your body. You understand why it's good for your body, what it does for you. Which could be the opposite thing. There's people that have a habit of not working out. Whether they call it a habit or not, that's what it is.
Yeah.
If you sit on your couch all day, the habit is you're not taking care of yourself. That person might potentially have a lack of understanding of why it's important to be active and work out. And that goes for everything, So all my poor habits, I keep on touching this thing. It's probably got.
I'm sure you're good.
All my poor habits were because maybe I had a lack of understanding or was in denial of understanding certain things. Maybe it was easier for me not to seek out understanding.
Yeah.
But all of my good habits is because I understood that these habits were good. I knew why I was doing them, what the outcome was, why it was needed. I have a habit of cleaning my home because I understand that my home feels better to me and is more hygienic and is more if I do that, and I make, those kind of things. And then with understanding of something, you have to have this idea of how does this, whatever this is, benefit me?
Yeah.
So does it benefit me to sweep things under the rug? Does it benefit me not to set boundaries with someone? No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all.
But it helps you feel safe.
Oh, sure.
That's why we do it, right? A lot of those bad habits, we created those in maybe when we were a kid or whatever throughout the years as a way to feel safe. So you feel safe not talking about certain things, but does it actually benefit you?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's I in doing all this work, one of the emotions I felt the most is really like fear.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's kind of the opposite of safety.
Yeah.
When you're not safe, you're scared. You know.
Yeah.
Even doing this, I told Sarah yesterday that I'm a little scared, just because I'm not. I'm better at being vulnerable now than I used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it was 5 years ago and you asked me to do something like this, I probably would have came up with every excuse in the book.
Really?
Not to. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would have been busy. I would have been, and that's one of my poor habits is I've always, in the recent years, I've pushed so many people away or kept them at arm's length, you know. Um, and so yeah, and it's just been a series of habits and things that it's how I've coped, and it's not a good way to cope.
Yeah.
It's never good to push anyone away, especially if it's people that care about you or the people that you care about. Um, and so that's what I've been working on. It's one of my struggles I've been working on. It's been pretty successful,
Yeah.
I think.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
awesome, man. Yeah, because I started therapy a few years ago. So after the divorce is when I decided to do therapy.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because I didn't realize how
Hey, a tree just fell.
tree fell down. I was sick.
That was wild.
But because I knew, well, one, I think in that moment it took me hitting a place, I'd say like that, to realize like I kind of need someone to talk to about stuff, right? And that's kind of what got me into therapy, is just realizing like, hey, I'm crying every day, like about stuff, like there's something there, right? So when I went to
it's
it,
probably a telltale sign. I did a lot of crying too.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to, but I think it just depends. So like when I went and talked to her, I realized very quickly that my emotional intelligence wasn't good, right? Like I wasn't phased by a lot or whatever, so I wasn't a very emotional person. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's healthy, but I guess that doesn't mean that I have understanding of it, which I didn't. Because I remember being like, okay, so how many emotions do you know? And I'm like, well, happy, mad, sad. Any other ones? Are there more? Yeah, there's a lot more. Nope, that's all I got.
Which are very, those are very infantile.
They are
emotions.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. So, and then when I think about that, I'm like, wow. So that's really what I was. And I'm sure I'm not the only person. I'm sure there's a lot of us that's how we see emotions, is through like those three lenses. So to go through that and start paying attention to the emotions and paying attention also to what's causing it, I think was really interesting too. So yeah, so it's been a journey for me too, and vulnerability was part of it too, because for a long time I was kind of the same way. Like I didn't share a lot of deep stuff about me, or didn't really talk. You know what I mean? Like everything was very surface level.
Yeah.
And that's honestly what got me excited about this podcast, was because this is stuff that I've been doing for myself, like questions I've been asking myself and all this. And it's like, it'd be fun to hear other people share and kind of open up. So that's kind of was that whole journey. And then now I'm to the place where, I don't know, I guess just being able to accept emotions as they are, right? Because I think we put negative connotations with emotions too, of like, oh, like why am I crying? That's bad. And it's like, well, actually, maybe you're crying. Maybe it's just an emotion. Like maybe, because a lot of times too is there's not a whole lot of logic in emotions, which you probably know, right? But we try to make logic of it, like, oh my gosh, why am I sad? Like, I got to figure this out. But like lately, it's been like, like I cried today. Like I talked to my therapist, the other day. I was like, yeah, I was crying, and I don't know why, and I'm fine with it. I'm sure it's one of those things like, I'm sad today. My body's letting me know, like, hey, you're feeling sad, and I'll feel different tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really understanding habits and talking about getting stuck, which, man, that's besides having poor habits, because poor habits is easy. Habits is easy. Maybe not. It's been a little easier for me.
Yeah, simple, not easy, maybe.
Simple, yeah, right? Not easy, but simple. And if you got a pretty decent brain, or mind, understanding things and trying to create positive habits, good habits is simple. Exactly. And so for me, it was like, wow, if I just apply this every day, this will go smooth. Yeah, and it honestly has. It didn't prove me. It didn't prove me wrong. But then we start talking about getting stuck, and getting stuck is really, that's really where I struggle. And getting stuck is almost a habit in itself. So that's the one thing, is like, if something irritates me, it'll consume every ounce of me. Yeah. And I wear it on my sleeve. Yeah. People know when I'm upset. They just know
Yeah.
he's worked up, he's upset, and so still working on that part right there. That's a real tough one because that's not even that simple, really. How do you let things go that affect you?
Especially when you're in that state, right? When you're in that emotional state, it's hard to
How do
it's
you
hard to
just,
get out of it.
yeah,
You know what I've found out? What when I succeed, I get the opposite. I don't get worked up. What I do is I get like a depressive state. So I get to where like I just don't like I just like I don't know. I just get to where like I don't want to do anything. And I got to the point where I know now, like if I'm feeling bad and I have the opportunity, like go take a nap. It seems super silly. I go take a nap, and it's like when you wake up, you feel a little bit better. Like I just do that as a commonplace now.
it's not a bad idea.
If I get worked out up or something's going on, or I feel like there's an emotional state that just isn't good, I
Short naps,
just a short nap, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a short nap, and it just
something to reset you.
exactly because a lot of times
Yeah.
it's just it's the heightened emotion, and any decision you're gonna make from that space is probably not going to be a great one, anyways.
I get super quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I get upset or
Yeah.
something bothers me, I just shut down. I don't
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
And that's not fair to anyone around me.
For sure.
That's not connection.
Yeah.
And I cope by cleaning.
Yeah. That's how I coped.
I'll
When I was
I'll
going-
get worked up and quiet, and I'll just think,
Yeah.
I'm gonna show these dishes who's boss. I'm gonna pick up the broom, and you know what? After like a good vacuuming or something, I feel a lot better.
Dude, you know what's funny? Well, I think it's a way of to control, because when we're in those states, I think what we want to do is we want to control something, right? That helps us feel better,
Yeah,
and that's something we can control, right? In that moment,
yeah,
I noticed that that's funny is like when I was in the very first part of the divorce, when I was really struggling for maybe that first year, like my place was spotless all the time,
yeah.
and I was like, that's how you know I'm not doing well. but now that everything's been good, like my place is messy now and stuff like that. I'm
Yeah.
like, this is actually a good indicator. It means that I'm focused on things that I enjoy doing and want to do, and I'm not just trying to cope by controlling something.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, since I cope with cleaning,
Yeah.
it would make me feel a lot better because I would vacuum,
Yeah,
sweep, do
yeah.
the dishes, pick up trash and garbage that's everywhere, and then when it get done, I see like this clean environment. It would ease me,
Yeah. Yeah.
and so that's been one of the habits I've been trying to keep up on. Really, everyone in the house
Yeah.
is, we'll get home from work or something. And it's like, hey, I take 10, 15 minutes and just what needs to be cleaned real quick. Because I think like almost like a clean house is like almost a beacon. So if I clean up and I get everything nice and I look on like the fruits of my labor a little bit, even if it's 10, 15 minutes, it's weird. It's like, this is that feeling I get after I've overcome feeling emotional.
Yeah. You get satisfaction.
You get that satisfaction, and but you skip the emotional part.
Yeah.
And then I just feel like good. I feel at ease.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
That's
But
funny.
your screen.
Yeah. It's still
Is it
recording.
okay?
It's just saying
It sees
I have
us?
20% battery,
Oh,
so that's okay. 20%.
whatever.
But
So yeah, that's ticks, carpal tunnel.
yep.
Working on my own mental health, and some family dynamic things.
Yeah.
Nothing that I can't overcome.
Yeah. For sure.
And other things, work's been going really well, which has been great. Learning different skills and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
good stuff.
I don't get bit by ticks much, but I will think about that next time if it happens.
Yeah, I forget what they said. You don't want to leave a tick in you for more than 30 minutes. If you
Okay.
can get it out in under 30 minutes, I guess your risk is way lower.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So you might have mentioned this already, because you did say share something you're currently going through, but is there anything else you're currently going through that's positive or negative that you want to talk about?
Yeah, what was the last question?
It was biggest struggle you've made it through.
I guess it kind of correlate a little bit, don't they?
It could,
Yeah.
depending on if it, yeah.
Sorry if I skipped over to that.
No, it was a good transition.
Okay, cool. Something I'm currently going through? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, kind of what I just covered a little bit. Trying to think if there's anything else. No, not really.
Okay.
I think I kind of covered it all in that last one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so I like this question. So who's someone that's changed your life that doesn't know it?
Couple people. I had to think about this one yesterday. I was talking to. Well, my first question, because I asked Sarah. Sarah was like, "Hey, read me all the questions." And she kind of like practiced with me a little bit.
That's sweet.
Yeah, it was nice. Which was good, because I wouldn't have thought to do that. Thought I'll just wing it. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I wrote things down. My first thought was, well, I would think of some teachers, but I mean, teachers, they know how much they impact people. That's their job. She said that's not necessarily true. They don't know long-term effects. I guess that's probably true. So there's some teachers. Actually, I think all of them are teachers, but just did some different things. Coach Phillips. Shout out
mine.
to Coach Phillips. Yeah. For the reason of we touched on it a little bit earlier that I dabbled in athletics, but it wasn't my passion, and so I converted over to music as my core focus academically and as a hobby. And a lot of coaches, especially then when we were in high school, and probably even more so before, if you weren't an athlete, you weren't worth their time.
Yeah.
I've seen it firsthand. I've heard stories about it. I think now it's a little bit more, some more awareness. I think with like trauma-informed care in schools and stuff like that, you definitely have coaching staff that know that they can't have that us versus them kind of, so there's a lot more support. But when we're in high school, I know that there were some coaches that I wasn't worth their time because I wasn't on their team, And Coach Phillips was not that coach.
Yep.
And he poured a lot of love and care and interest into me, and not just me, but so many other kids. And I was able to see that. I think it helped that he was a counselor, so he had a whole different skill set on its own.
Yep.
But just hanging out with him, I remember he'd call kids out of class just to hang out in his office. In the middle of class.
Yeah.
And he'd like put the TV on, and he'd just talk. He never bring up sports. It was always just like, how's everyone doing? Stuff like that. And he was like a regular human being. I remember he had no problem like cursing. Remember that? It was like part of his thing.
Yeah.
And he'd always kind of like, for me, I always kind of be like, man, I don't know, should he be talking to me like that? But it made him so human.
Yeah.
And it was,
I agree.
So I don't know, just that idea of someone that was a coach that didn't care if you were on the team or not.
Yep.
As long as he saw potential in you, he would pour love into you, and I thought that was really special.
It's funny. I was gonna say I felt the same way.
Yeah.
That was my answer. Because I feel like I have a sensitivity to authenticity. I think like I can tell that in people when people are being authentic or not.
Oh yeah.
And he was just one of those people that he took interest in me, and I was also like, I was an athlete, but I was also very reserved. Like I just went there to perform. I wasn't the guy that was gonna like.
You weren't jockey.
I wasn't jockey.
No.
No, not at all. Not at all. Right, but I was good at the sports. I did, but it's like
It's kind of a funny. It's almost a little bit of an anomaly because you got the jockey types that
Yeah.
the big egos, and they want to be number one. They want the coach to love them, and
yeah,
and some of them, unfortunately, it's not their fault. It's just the way the cards are dealt. Underperform or don't perform as well as others. You were always like a star athlete.
yeah, I know. And I never even.
And you didn't run with
like
the rest of that pack.
I didn't know. I didn't. I know.
No.
That's what was funny because I think that was a misconception. Even when I meet people now, they just assume I'm going to be a jock type. So they talk to me like, "You're kind of nerdy," and I was like, "Yep, I'm a creative type." Like
Yeah.
So and enjoy music and do all this other stuff. But yeah, it was just one of those things. So I was always reserved because I was just like, I just want to perform. I don't want all this extra whatever, and I'm not going to suck up to any coaches either. Like I just want to be there.
A
And,
lot of top performer athletes that I knew in high school were like that. Mark Walters.
Yeah.
Insane pole vaulter.
Yeah.
Super, super good.
Yeah.
Always took first in everything.
Yeah.
Not a jock.
No, yeah, I know. I relate with that too. Yeah, he was he was kind of like me in that regard. We went there, we showed up, we performed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but what to that point is like because I was that way, I felt like a lot of coaches overlooked me in that aspect. But not Coach Phillips, right? And he was like the first person that always took an interest in what I was doing and me as a person. And yeah, he knew how to lead people. And like to your point, I think a lot of it had to do with counseling potentially. But
yeah.
But yeah, that's what I always admired about him. And I think I learned a lot of neat practices too, because now when I coach people or teach people, it's always coming from that perspective, always coming from them as a person. And yeah, because I've been on way too many teams where it was all about the W. Like, no matter what, it's all about the win, right? And you're like...
Absolutely.
But it's not. it's not.
Which is... And that sets just a... I don't know. I feel like that's bad for especially young kids. That idea of it's about the W.
Yeah.
Because I remember playing freshman football. This was my last year playing football. Coach Phillips was our coach, which was awesome,
Yep.
And he wasn't that guy. He wasn't, he was all about like giving your best effort.
Yep.
And giving your best effort till the whistle blows. And and if someone's better than you, think about how you can be better than them next time. He had a great philosophy.
Yeah.
The guy did more talking to us than coaching.
Yeah.
But there was other coaches that would come and go. He wasn't a head coach. He was just the ninth grade head coach. But there's other coaching staff that would come in and out. And they would dangle that carrot, who's going to play varsity? Sometimes we pick youngsters to play varsity, kind of. And I know what they were doing. I'm not saying anything they were doing was bad, but then you get these kids that get this wrong perception.
Yeah.
Of like, and I always thought, no, we should be listening to what Coach Phillips is saying and not chasing the carrot at the end of the stick. Because we'd play games, and I felt like they were good games that we didn't win, and then I'd have my peers that would literally be crying, sobbing.
Yeah,
I always thought man, no.
I
still think that's bad. I just don't get it.
Yeah,
and I get it that you want to do your best, and it's great to win if you can win. And succeed and be first and get the gold and all that stuff. But I don't know. I always felt like keeping your head up high and just knowing that you did a good job and moving forward and did a lot better and for yourself, rather than just self-pity.
Exactly, yeah.
And I felt like he was one of those guys that was definitely as long as you're giving the best effort and keeping your chin up.
Yeah. It's about building character, right?
Yeah.
That's the important part, right?
Absolutely.
Because that's what a coach should do, regardless of what position they are. The goal at the end of the day should be to make you better, more efficient person for whatever you step into, right? So, and if you're teaching to only get the W, especially if it's a coach that's like by any means necessary, it's going to get into some tricky water when you get into the real world, and either you fail or you start doing stuff that may be a little shady to try to get the W. You know, like there's a lot of, I don't think people think about that.
Just the idea of like this kind of might apply to like the podcast theme a little bit. If you think about like that 2% that you were talking about, like in the sports world, there's a lot of coaches that in our time they would throw out you think those NFL guys didn't work hard?
Yeah.
And even I remember being young and naive even, and still thinking, yeah, I have a better chance of being struck by lightning. We all do. Than making it to the NFL. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't dream big and give it your all, and if that's what you want to do, you give it everything you got. But I think some kids really put all their eggs in one basket when it. What are you so upset about? Who is this?
This is Josh's dog. I don't know what's. He doesn't look like you've been here this whole time.
What are you so upset about?
Well, he usually doesn't. That's what's so funny. He just started barking and runs right up here.
What's the name of this dog?
Bolt.
Bolt? You are hideous. I'm sorry.
He's a hideous
but you are, I mean, you seem like a real sweet fella, though. Oh, remember Fat Dog? Yeah. Of course you remember Fat Dog.
Can't believe she lived to be 18.
18?
That's crazy.
Wow. I have a dog that's working on 13, I think.
He's 16.
Man, he looks 16 with that white face.
He don't even know where he's at. He can't see.
Nope. No, you should keep this all in. This is great. I love this. That was funny. This dog just like came out of nowhere and just started getting mad at me.
Yeah, just started barking.
He did. He's looking straight at me. Oh my gosh, you are wild.
Look, he ran past me. You can't see unless I'm moving.
What's it? Oh, you poor thing.
He seems happy though, which is weird.
All right, Bolt, you better get out of here. Unless you got some. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. But anyways.
Yeah, you're yelling and he's running towards the end. He's running over there to the inside.
He's blind as crap. Alright, come on. Let's go. We gotta turn the lights on in the house or he runs into stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Coach Phillips. Yeah. And he was great. Still is great. I run into him every once in a while, and he's always awesome.
Yeah. Still need to get him on the podcast. We ended up not being able to do it last time, so I got to get him on here.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It'd be good.
I bet that'd be wild. I bet he's super wise, but I bet he says some off the cuff stuff that
I have a feeling he's
make you giggle.
I have a feeling he's probably got some really cool stories too.
I remember he used to have this saying, and once I had already graduated, I ran into him somewhere, and he kept on asking me if I was drinking buttermilk because post college I'd gained a little more weight than I probably should have wanted to, and so I was a little portly. I was over 300 pounds for a while, and those days hopefully are gone forever. But anyways, he's happy to see me. He's like, "Oh, I see you've been drinking buttermilk." Just kept saying that, like he was stuck on it. And I had to go. He's like, "Oh, I stay out of the buttermilk," and I'm like, "Geez, really going hard on the weight there, Coach." But he was funny, he wasn't dogging on me. I know what he was. It's always funny when you talk to teachers when they're adults. I talked to Mr. Williams the other day, and speaking of funny stories, he was telling all sorts of funny stories. Because it's like, oh, he's not my teacher anymore. But, some other teachers, Mr. Kyle, made a huge impact on me. He was young, and he until he told me that when he went to school, he didn't want to be a band director. He wanted to get his degree in music performance, which that's what he started out with, was music performance and drumming and percussion. And until he told me that, I didn't even know that was a thing. And that's what I got. That was what I got my degree in, was music performance. Mm-hmm. So once he told me that was a thing and explained what it was, I was like, oh yeah, that's what I want to do. So big inspiration, just by giving me a common bit of knowledge, because before that, I was going to go to Nashville to learn how to run sound for live events. It's the first thing I looked at.
Yeah.
I still think that would have been cool, but wasn't really passionate about it. It was just music related. I thought, I could give that a go. And he taught me a lot of stuff on like drums and how to read sheet music efficiently. And I guess thirdly, my private teacher when I was going to MI, his name is Jason Harnell. Super cool dude. And he was my private teacher the whole time I went there. You could switch private teachers every quarter.
Yeah.
And most people do. They for a couple different reasons. Maybe they don't like their teacher. Maybe they just want to get a fresh perspective every quarter.
I can see that, yeah.
And I was assigned to Jason quarter one. I kept him all the way through. I remember when I was about to graduate, he told me, he said, "You're the first student I've had here that has kept me as a private teacher for all 3 quarters." And he asked why, mm-hmm. I think it was just kind of a little bit of feedback. And he's probably one of the most creative musician, however you want to, they're one and the same sometimes. And he's super unorthodox. Like, he was the first guy that said, you can be creative and be wild and weird and zany mm-hmm. at the same time. Like, this idea that being creative and being taken seriously need to be one and the same. You see that a lot, like if you watch YouTube videos or something mm-hmm. like that. There's a lot of virtuoso players and are really good players at any instrument that they seem to take themselves really seriously.
Yeah.
To the point where it's just kind of seems odd,
Yeah.
He's the exact opposite, where it's like he doesn't take himself serious at all.
Yeah.
But what he's playing is extremely complex. A lot of times I'll watch his videos. I follow him on YouTube and stuff like that. I'll watch his videos and I'll listen to the albums that he releases. A lot of times it's way over my head.
Really?
I don't even get it a lot of times.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it so much because I know that he is just going full-blown creative. Mm-hmm. To the point where it's like, I remember him kind of saying something like that, like, who cares if they don't understand it as long as you're able to move them. If someone's going to watch you and try to understand you, then you're doing something, mm-hmm. Yeah. And who cares if they don't? And if it means nothing, you brought them kind of on a journey with you anyways, Yeah. But I went to school thinking I was going to just be the metal drummer.
Yeah.
When I went to school, they quickly are like, hey, if you think you're going to be like blast beating and going crazy with metal stuff, like you're in the wrong school, basically.
Yeah.
And he's a straight up like jazz guy.
Yeah.
So he was like, I hope you like jazz. And I was like, oh man, not. But then I remember just kind of doing jazz exercises with him, and they were so complicated and difficult.
Yeah.
And I was like determined to overcome a lot of these challenges that he would throw at me. And then when I felt a lot of accomplishment, and he was always really good at like keeping you going, giving that encouragement, and gave good praise, without it, authentic praise. You were talking about that,
Yep.
And so this idea that you sky's the limit, and you can be creative and still be a serious musician, and
A musician is one who composes, conducts, or performs music. According to executives,
But if you say serious musician, Siri, what is a musician? Oh, it's so funny.
Thank you. That was great. So he had a big impact on me, and we keep in touch every once in a while. I'll if he releases new music and stuff, I'll listen to it, and I'll just let him know that, But he's one of those guys, he's so busy and so many students so I don't know how much of an impact he knows he's made on me, but he definitely did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like what you said. He said there was, doesn't matter how weird it is or whatever, as long as you can move people. And it just made me think about a lot of even popular songs that are in like weird time signatures that people really don't understand, but they hear the song and they enjoy the song. They enjoy the music, right? It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was, it got brought up because he was talking about how he was influenced by, there's a jazz drummer, his name is Jack DeJohnette. I think I got that correct. Jack DeJohnette? Yeah. And he has a very odd and specific style of drumming where he does this thing that's called, I don't want to get it wrong, I think it's called Sheets of Sound or something like that, where it's like stream of consciousness playing, where basically you're playing formless music.
Okay.
But you still have to do it within a form.
Yeah.
Because if you have other musicians with you. So it's like I have to start maybe like a solo here and end it here, but everything in the middle of it, I'm not going to abide by the rules of the music.
It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you literally, since it's just stream of consciousness, what's coming out of his mind, you can go back, and if it's archived, you can examine it and try to break it down. But it's formless.
Yeah.
But it makes you, but that idea that like, oh, I can go back and try to understand it makes you put your ear to it, even though you probably will never understand it. It'd probably be impossible for you to actually understand it, because it's just that one person's pure expression with no bounds. And so he would do that a lot. Like he would do these solos. We would be like, we had these practice rooms where it's two drum sets next to each other, and a little PA speaker between us for a metronome and stuff. And we would just do like little jazz solos and stuff. And a lot of times they were, because we do musical drumming, where it's like use what you have to try to make drum melodies and stuff like that. And it's a difficult concept because drums are non-tonal, but you want to try to make your drums as musical as possible. Different than like rock music, where it's all about the beat,
Exactly, yeah.
And I remember sometimes he would play these solos that were just so like, I don't know what you just did. And it wasn't even it wasn't like Uber drumming stuff like you see on YouTube. It wasn't like guys, just it was just like these weird just expressions.
Yeah.
that was like, what? And sometimes I'd be like, what was that thing you do there, or you did there? And it was like, almost like you had a hard time explaining it. It's like this, doing a buzz roll, but you're putting your body into it. It's like, I don't know what that means,
Yeah. Okay.
Like
Yeah.
so I was learning about the art of drumming,
Yeah, that's neat.
which is different than just drumming.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's cool.
big impact. Maybe look at drumming completely different. Even just the drummers and albums and songs he suggested for me to listen to made me just go, whoa, this stuff's out there. This is, like, I
Yeah.
wish I would have discovered this sooner, but this must be the time and place that I do discover it is here.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's awesome.
pretty cool.
That's cool. So then this might transition to the next question then. So what's a skill or talent you could share with us?
I mean, that's tough. I could demonstrate talents, but I don't have the equipment for it.
Sweet.
But one thing that's been really important to me, and I think it would help a lot of musicians, non-musicians, young musicians, anyone that's a music fan or lover, is intentional listening,
Mm-hmm.
which everyone's listening to music with headphones on.
Yep.
Whether they're in the gym or maybe they're just they're cleaning the house. Maybe they're on a jog, walking their dog. When we were kids, it was so you didn't bother your parents. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? You
exactly.
put your Discman and you'd be in the backseat of
Yeah.
the car or something, And I remember even being a kid going into my room, and I guess I was kind of doing it without knowing it was a thing, but I get an album. Maybe you did the same thing. I get like an album, I put it in my Discman,
Mm-hmm.
put my headphones on, I just lay on my bed. I just listen. I'd
Yeah.
read liner notes. You try to read the lyrics along with it, and look at the, you were really taking that in. And I had another teacher in school, and he didn't talk about this while I was in school. It was I think he may have had like a Facebook post about it or something, about intentional listening and the importance of intentional listening. And so he kind of had a challenge where he's like, pick an album you never listened to before, put your headphones on, make sure they're nice, high quality headphones, sit in a quiet space where you're not going to be distracted, reduce stimulus. So laying in the dark helps a lot. And just hitting play and trying to dissect and absorb every part of the music.
Mm-hmm.
But all at once, which is tough to dissect different individual parts, but absorb it all as one.
Yeah.
And so to understand what every, what the bass guitar and drums and vocals are doing all at once, but what else is happening? What are the rhythms? What's working? What are they doing the same thing? Are they doing different things? Are they, and it's very difficult to do. It's overwhelming. And you'll get to this, you'll have these points in time where like, I'll just be focusing on one thing, but that's not the assignment.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, I gotta pull back. I gotta start taking in more while still listening to what I wanted to focus on. It's a skill you have to kind of develop. Yeah. And you can learn a lot about yourself, and it's very meditative. You leave yourself, in the process. So I would say it's a skill. It's tough, because a lot of times I would listen to music. I focus on one or two things, and then later on I'd realize, oh, I never noticed that keyboard part or something, which means I'm not really listening to the music, or wasn't really listening to the music. So it's a good suggestion to, for people, and it's a good skill, and it helps with other things too. How to communicate with others, because you're training your ears and your auditory responses.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you can dissect things as complex as musical compositions,
Yep.
you can dissect conversations
Yep.
with multiple people, and so it helps you become more aware. Helps with self-awareness. It's a good skill.
Yeah.
It's a cool thing to do. A lot of people don't do it.
No, I know. It's funny that you say that. So I was listening to. Do you ever listen to Andrew Huberman?
I know the name.
So he's a neuroscience guy. So neuroscientist, but he has a whole episode on music and the brain, and it's super fascinating where he talks about that. And he talks about how learning an instrument can help with like brain connectivity from the left-right hemisphere by like 30%. And he just talks about how like learning an instrument, or he even said like intentional listening or listening to music can even help with that. And it translates to everything else, just like you said.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. So
yeah, it's
pretty fascinating.
It's definitely like brain training.
Yeah. But it's funny, to your point, I did the exact same thing. I think I was obsessed about music. Like, I would listen all the time. I remember we'd always come over to a house like, let me show you some more songs.
Oh,
And we just jam out all the time listening. But yeah, I think I've always listened to songs from that perspective. Like, always as like a songwriter type, I guess. Because ever since I learned instruments, could sing, I always wanted to write songs. Like, so I've always listened to its entirety. But it did take me a long time to be able to dissect certain things from songs. Like, it took me forever to be able to hear the bass in songs, which seems silly, but like that's just something that didn't, like, guitar stuck out to me, and maybe it's because I was playing guitar so much that I was like, I don't hear the bass right now. It took me a long time to where it's like now I can play something. It's like, oh, I hear the bass now, but it's weird.
LD50 did that for me.
Yeah,
a lot of things come back to that album for me. Yeah, because I was like, what is that wild sound?
It was weird. Bling.
What is that wild sound I keep hearing all over this album?
Yeah.
Couldn't understand it the first time I heard it.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, they have an insane bass player. That's what that is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun to listen to. So yeah, it's cool that you do that, because I agree. But I same thing. I listen to music very fully like that. And being able to play everything now makes it really nice too. Makes it very interesting to listen to the guitar and bass and drums and actually know what's going on. Because for a long time I didn't play drums, and listening to stuff, like I had an idea, but you know when you're not a drummer, you're like, it's festival bass, that means he's really good, and it's like that doesn't actually mean a whole lot of anything.
No.
Right? And then the more you learn about stuff, and I catch this too, like showing people, and I'm sure this is how you were when you were showing me stuff back in the day. Like I remember showing some people, like, dude, check out this drummer, like listen to this stuff, and I'm just like, do you see that? And he's just like, I don't really know what I'm looking at, and it's like, oh yeah, it's so interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I'm guilty of the same thing. I'll try to show people stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they'll entertain you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I see that. I'm like, nah, I guess, sorry.
but because you play, there's a difference, right? So you know the subtleties behind some of this stuff, whereas if you're someone who doesn't play drums, you just assume the fastest thing they're doing is really complicated, and you realize, like,
that's
no,
what I always
that's
thought.
just the feet. His hands are going very straightforward right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I used to think that for the longest time. If it was fast, it was awesome.
And there's skill in that too, but
sure.
but that's not. I don't know. There's so many things I listen to now, like stuff that's soft and pretty mellow, that you're like, actually, if you know what he's doing, like that's very impressive.
Yeah,
all that hi-hat work.
And I get really invested into like tones.
Yeah.
I love like good tones. Like when I listen to a drummer, I think like, man, that tom sound is really good. And is it the way he's hitting it? Is it his tuning? Yeah. Is it the kit he's playing?
I do the same thing, yeah.
And that's why I like to listen to a lot of live performances. Mm-hmm. Studio's cool, and I always listen to the studio albums and stuff. But I'll get on YouTube and watch it. I like this song. I want to see it live now, so I can see the application.
Yep.
and it's really important.
That's how I feel. Yeah, and you can see drum playthroughs where you get to hear their real kit and then playing. Because you, as well as I know, a lot of places use triggers and stuff just to have a more consistent sound.
Yeah, I always
Right.
I always look for triggers on kits.
Yeah, yeah. So when I listen,
Yeah.
when I listen to, so when I see people do things, yeah, it's cool. Like I think we had a messaging thing, like Chris Turner, someone I know who doesn't use triggers, and you think he does, but when you actually listen to it, you're like, there is enough subtlety difference between some of the kick patterns if you pay attention that it's not a trigger. I don't know. It's just interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I like natural drumming, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you remember the band Necrophagist?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember.
Super crazy technical death metal band. They only had, I think, 2 albums and then broke up. And,
Yeah.
their first album is meh. The second one's incredible. It's so out there.
Yeah.
It's wild. But they ended up recruiting a drummer for a tour named Marco Miniman. You ever heard Marco?
Mm.
He's insane. Drum for Paul Gilbert. He was one of the guys that auditioned for Dream Theater when Mike Portnoy left. So he's top level guy.
Yeah,
he's really out there. And he did a clinic at MI while I was there. It was really interesting. He talked about how he did a tour with Necrophagist, and he's like, I'm not a death metal drummer. I'm not a metal drummer at all, actually.
Yeah.
But he's like, someone asked if I'd be interested, and I thought it'd be a good challenge. And because he's like, I listened to the drumming, he's like super complex, and it really is. He's like, man, I don't know how someone gets their bass drums to sound like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, well, you use triggers, and he's like, I'm not using triggers, and so he went through this whole tour doing these insane parts and refused to use triggers.
Yeah.
Played a performance of it, and it was like, oh, this is so much cooler.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, this natural, hearing the blemishes and just feeling the live, feel of it. It was just neat, but
that is neat.
Yeah.
Let's see. What are you learning about currently that you'd like to teach us?
Oh, what am I learning about? Oh, learning about, just how to be the best me I can be, and learning how to connect and reconnect with people. I feel like, and a lot of that is like, I've been slowly but surely, and it comes in waves and goes. It's like just trying to make my ego as small as possible.
Yeah.
And I reflect. I've talked to my wife a lot about this. And I reflect back on my life, and there's a lot of versions of myself, because that's kind of what life's about a little bit. There's different versions of yourself. You have there's like I have little Tony, and there's teenage Tony and young adult Tony. And they all have a special place in my life. And there's certain versions of myself I'm not incredibly fond of.
Yeah.
And I have to understand which versions of myself I need to let go of, which ones I should have took better care of, the ones I need to embrace more. Because there's certain versions of Tony that are very egotistical, and a little bit in high school. Wasn't really fond of high school Tony a little bit. I had a little bit of that better than attitude that I don't think is humbling. And post college, Tony was not awesome.
No.
No, it was not.
Yeah.
not a huge fan um, of him, and I can let them go, you know.
Yeah.
But through that, through having this big ego and thinking that I was better than, and having this chip on my shoulder and all this, I've kind of just discovered that I've kind of neglected my little Tony, little young Tony, and I think he just needs more love. I need to embrace him a little bit because it was the funnest times, you know, all the way up through probably the early high school, middle high school. Like I remember, like junior high was a blast.
Yeah, it was.
When I think about back
Yeah.
on like the funnest times of my childhood, it's around junior high.
Yeah.
Just loved that time. But then like the innocence fades a little bit, you know, after that, and you start to your persona is starting to become more well rounded, and um, but that is your persona. You know, some people stick with that.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
true.
they don't evolve and they don't change, and they let go of themselves too soon, I think, you know. And some people like me who have been guilty of being a little egotistical don't know how to overcome that either, you know, and they isolate people in the process. And so I don't really know where I'm going with them. I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but just trying to be the best version of myself, and shrink my ego down and try to be more fun. And young Tony was fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just need to take lessons from him a little bit. And with having um, two young kids, it's important that they understand what it means to have fun.
Yeah.
But also what it means to not take themselves too seriously or feel like they're better than others, and be humble.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I was telling Sarah, like coming here and doing this and meeting with you, and having the other guys that are gonna be here later. It's kind of like a cathartic,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, it
for
is.
me. It really is.
Yeah.
Without getting too emotional about it, but
Yeah.
because I've let go, you know,
Yeah.
and so it's like just a weird full circle situation for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. So you're connected with your inner child then, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I don't do very often.
I don't think a lot of people do it often
No.
unless they're aware of it. Okay, next question. So what are you doing for fun?
Playing music.
Yeah.
For fun, and being a dad. You know, that's fun. Especially when this fly, it's just this one fly. Um, my kids are getting old enough now to where like, they're into things.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Max is into football. He seems to like that a lot. He's doing football right now. His first like travel league, he did flag football.
Hmm.
I'm not a fan of flag football.
I love flag football. But I'll tell you, yeah, tell me more. What is it about flag football? I want to know.
I just felt from a parental standpoint,
Yeah.
I felt like they just weren't teaching anything.
Got it.
It's very like, it's just very, and flag football is all about who's the fastest kid.
Yeah.
Who can get their hands on the ball and be the fastest.
Yeah.
And at the time, my son was not the fastest kid.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so I always had this like, man, if he's not going to be the fastest, what else can you teach him that's going to give him a sense of accomplishment or make him feel like he's part of the team? And I always just felt like he felt a little defeated because it's like you're not getting your hands on the ball a whole lot.
Yeah, yeah.
And not only you, but a good handful of kids are just standing around. And there's always this like, all right, here's the plays. We got 3 plays. You give the ball to this kid, you give the ball to this kid, or you give the ball to this kid.
Yeah.
And then the other team has these 3 or 4 kids that are really fast. You really fast guys, make sure you get his flags. It's just weird. And it's very fast paced, and a lot of it's volunteer.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate the parents and folks that volunteer to be coaches. But as a volunteer in a fast paced organization where you have to organize your own practices and how you're going to do it, it's just like, it just always seems kind of odd,
Yeah.
and when you have obviously parents, that means that their kid is also on the team, and you have a little bit of some favoritism issues that don't sit well with me. I'm not the type to raise a stink about it. I just support my son,
Yeah.
And then last year they did OFL football camp, like a 2-week football camp where they learn about some fundamentals. They get in pads, which is cool.
Yeah.
And then they're basically, we found out kind of towards the end, Coach Jolly is in charge of it, and he used to kind of talk towards the end that the whole point in it is that next year they can actually do the full length season. And this is two weeks where we can see who's interested, who's not, because they'll fall off if they don't like it. And the potential of everyone and where they'd be best fit for the next season.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of they're putting a lot of attention into the kids. And so they only play 1 game. And so they do 2 weeks and they do like a scrimmage. Yeah. Everyone, they just split the team down the middle basically. And let's play, have fun. But then when they got done, there was like, they kind of give you a little bit of analysis of your kid's performance of what they're going to do with him next season. So he's in that season now.
Nice.
And like 2-hour practices in the pads, and they're actually like teaching him like good skills, and it's been a lot of fun to watch practices. He's only done 2, but it's like entertaining.
Yeah.
That he's learning things, and seeing him wore out and sweaty at the end, knowing that like he's working hard is really cool and interested, and it's really neat. My daughter's in the choir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She really loves choir, and she did the coralettes. Remember the coralettes?
I do.
Yeah. She was in coralettes, and it was really cool because my daughter's a quirky gal, and she's a different type of little person. And to see her interested in something and really give it her all, like last year she did a solo, which we would never think that like she's that type, that would, step up and do something like that. She's kind of a shy person. I'm starting to realize she's not really all that shy. I've always had it in my head that she's this really shy little girl, but she's turning out not to really be all that shy. So their interests and being involved in those interests and seeing them blossom and bloom, and it's just a lot of fun. So parenting, doing life with my wife is fun. She makes life fun. I try to make her life fun. I hope she feels that way. If you don't feel that way, leave your comments in the comment section below.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll read it later. No, just having fun doing the family life and playing music. Music's a lot more fun now than it was for a little bit, because I played in a country band.
Yeah.
Which is I'm not a country guy.
I know.
Yeah. But we're all, it's a little trio, and we're all rock guys.
Yeah.
But the 2 lead guys are definitely way more country than me. I've discovered that there is some country music out there that I actually do like a lot.
Nice.
that I would never think.
I would have never heard that with that sentence from you ever.
No. So, do I casually listen to country every day? No. My wife does, and I like a lot of stuff she listens to, and so it's kind of nice. I get that, in my life a little bit, and it inspires me a little bit. But it's cool since we all like rock music so much. We kind of tell people that like we're a country band, but we play rock versions of country songs. It's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
Everything's a little faster, a little more aggressive. We tell people we're kind of like the Rush of country because we're a power trio and we complicate things way more than we need to. There's a lot of complicated playing and really standard country songs.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun doing it. So, but when we started, it was tough because it was a tough sell for me because it's like country music. But I was like, I also really want to play. There's this prospect of like getting gigs where people pay you to do it,
Yeah.
But it's like, but they don't pay a lot. So you got to play a lot of shows to make it worth your while. So for years, we were killing ourselves.
Yeah.
It's like we were playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays, every week without end. And that was so exhausting. And the kids were really little. I was working at the lumber yard at the time, so I was physically beating myself up. It was a tough go.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, I wasn't very like present within the home, but it was nice because I'd bring home a little bit of cash at the end of the night, whatever we can make. Sometimes it was peanuts.
Yeah.
Played a lot of free shows to try to just get out there, and now it's like you can up your price a little bit and play less.
Yeah, there you go.
So, like August, we're in August, and August typically would be like, we're going to play 8 shows this month. We're going to be busy, and then this year it's like, actually, we only have 2 shows, and that's okay because we don't have to kill ourselves, It's maturing a little bit.
Yeah.
And it actually keeps it more fun because you're not seeing the same 2 guys over and over again. We never really get on each other's nerves or at each other's throats or anything, but you do look forward to the break. And now we do get little mini breaks, so when we see each other, it's more of like, oh, it's so nice to see you, So, been doing that for fun, and been nice.
Sounds fun. I pictured a country song with just the heaviest breakdown ever. I thought, how cool would that be?
We do some funny stuff where we joke about. We played the song "Simple Man" by Leonard Skinner.
Okay.
Right? Are you familiar with the song?
Maybe if you sung it
enough. I'll show it to you later.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I've heard it.
Yeah, you know the song. But we joke that we play a doom metal version of it because we play it way slow.
Okay.
We play it slower than you need to, and we just like we lay it on really thick. It's like a really heavy, slow breakdowny version of it.
Sludgy version.
And we always every time we get done playing it, we always just kind of chuckle at each other because people love it. They're like, "Yeah, Leonard Skinner," and we're up here just thinking like, "Yeah, we're kind of making fun of it a little bit because we are like playing it hard and heavy."
Nice.
But it's kind of what keeps us interested because playing it just like a traditional, there's no fun in that.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of funny drum fills and stuff, and a little bit of comedy act in it. A little bit. The lead guys, the front men are funny. A lot of funny stage banter, and it's a lot of fun for sure. I was playing in a hard rock cover band for a while, hard rock and metal cover band for a while. And we've been bouncing around the idea of doing that again. It kind of fizzled out. It's hard to book that.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, but
yeah, I wouldn't either.
It's a lot of places are like, oh, we don't want that hard rock stuff in here. They have no problem with the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. They just want party stuff. People are going to, and when you're playing like a Metallica song or something, people don't get, they can't dance to it, you know?
That's fair.
I get it. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing for fun.
Nice.
Can't think of anything else, really. If I can't think of it, then I'm not doing it for fun.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we covered a lot of topics today. So if we were to write a story or a book about your life from obviously the beginning to now, what would the title of that book be called?
Thought about this yesterday.
Yeah.
I actually thought of it, I think, on the way here.
Okay.
Okay. I think I would just name it Dynamics.
Okay.
Yesterday I had all these hokey, they're not really hokey, but, I was thinking like, oh, like music of the soul or, something like that, because my life has always been just kind of like drenched in music,
Yeah.
and I was telling Sarah that like I always think of everything in terms of music, like there's a soundtrack, there's a musical quality to everything that has been and always will be.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, even if you go back to, I told her, I was like, if you think of the Big Bang, the point in time where everything's created, there's a soundtrack to that. Mm-hmm. If you expand it out far enough, there's a way that you can figure out phrasings to the sounds and everything that surrounded that event,
mm-hmm.
all the way to the life that I'm living and will continue to live now. There's if you expand it out far enough, you can see it will be kind of like a composition of sorts, right? Mm-hmm. And everyone's life is like that, some less than others. And the things that make music fun and enjoyable and make impacts on people is the dynamics mm-hmm. of music.
Yep.
And I try to make the music of my life as dynamic as possible, mm-hmm. And then within life, you obviously have all sorts of dynamics.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Your family dynamics, your work dynamics, your friendships, there's a dynamic to everything. And so that's why that's what I kind of landed on. I thought about it hard because that's a tough question. But really I think of a lot of people, and I won't name names or I won't dog on people, but there's a lot of people that live really boring, undynamic lives.
Yeah.
And I feel a little sorry for them a little bit, Yeah. But maybe they just don't know how to compose very well.
They're just waiting for the crescendo.
Yeah, for real. When does it stop? When does this stop? I bet there's, I feel bad for those people, the ones that are just,
Yeah.
They're just not hearing the notes, They're not, so that's kind of what I've landed on. It's dynamics.
I like that. It's funny, you hit something too that I think's fun, is like there's music in everything. You think about I think what I like about music too is it's like a universal language. Like it happened before we could speak, and it's one way to communicate with everybody. And
it's the original art form.
It's interesting.
And I think about it all the time, all the day. I get pretty obsessive about music, mm-hmm. In ways that a lot of people probably wouldn't quite understand. But like, I've always wanted to like make like a solo percussion album, mm-hmm. based on the music, like the music of nature, the music of life that no one sees as music.
Yeah.
So like a lot of times I'll sit, one of the things I like to do every night is I'll sit on my porch. I do it every night. It's kind of a ritual of mine.
Yeah.
The kids go lay down. I sit on my porch. And I love listening to bugs.
Mhm.
And I'll try to pick out rhythms of bugs.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, what if I picked out as many rhythms of these bugs as I could, and I could chart them out and apply them to instruments. I think about stuff like that a lot.
That's cool.
And those are things where people don't think about that as the music of bugs. They think about that, oh, the bugs are communicating, and they're just noisy.
Mhm.
Man, these bugs are loud and noisy. I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, but it's music.
Yeah.
You know, if you just listen to it, hone in on it a little bit, and it's happening all around you, and it's never going to stop, and it's always happened, and it always will happen. Yeah, the cavemen were banging on logs with sticks,
Mhm.
First instruments, even before the voice. Everyone says the voice is the first. I'm like, nah, those guys were grunting. There was no singing being done. They were banging on things.
So we're
I'm
saying metal's
convinced.
the original.
Yeah, metal is yeah. You think there wasn't some dudes with some bones
Oh,
banging on something as fast as they could while grunting?
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
it was out there. It's
Yeah.
primitive. It's primal. I think that's why metal. That's why I resonate with metal a
Yeah.
little bit. I'm like, this is primitive, primal
Yeah.
music.
Yeah,
And if someone can make that beautiful, even better.
it's true.
It blends it all together.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I fully embrace that, and you can't ask everyone to embrace music like I have or like others have.
Mhm.
But I always encourage it.
Yeah.
I like people, and yeah.
I like it. Okay. So we have 2 questions left.
Cool.
So this next one is kind of more just for you to share whatever you want to share. So if it's you marketing any shows you got coming up, your work, social media, whatever you want to do, this is kind of like your time right now.
Oh, I don't really have a whole lot, really. I mean, I do play shows. I'm not going to plug them. I'll just say if anyone knows me or is interested in seeing me play out or something, I'm on Facebook, a personal account. You can message me. I'd love to see anyone that wants to come out, and I usually play like lake bars, restaurants, stuff like that. I don't play a lot of formal venues.
Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity for if people want to connect and just say hey or just hear some music. It's accessible music. Hit me up, see where I'm playing. Come out. You can bring family to most places. Have a meal. And I'll entertain you.
There you go.
And then anything else in terms of, no, the only other thing I would say, really, and that kind of it reverts back to my professional a little bit and some of the stuff we were talking about, is if you're struggling with anything, if you're having a hard time, just looking for some self-improvement or whatever it might be, and is to just keep yourself healthy, whether that means seeking out help, finding a good book that might help you. If it's your actual physical health, go see a doctor. If it's your mind, your brain, something psychological, go see a therapist, talk to someone. Yeah, just kind of my own personal PSA. Since I'm in the industry, I find that's very important. As someone that has just recently been going through all that and seen that, man, this is super helpful. I suggest anyone does it instead of living in that negative space.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. If anyone needs help with that, you can find me and reach out. And I can help you with resources.
Yeah, and I meant to mention this a couple times. Do you journal?
No, not really. I started doing some journaling a little bit ago. And I didn't keep up on it. I need to get back to it. I was kind of just really just writing down some life experiences and stuff chronologically.
Yeah.
Mainly for my kids. I feel with the change in technology and how things are, like when I was a kid, like my mom still does. It's like shoe boxes full of photos.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a time capsule in itself, and that's not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
You don't get pictures developed.
No.
I mean, you still get pictures printed out, but people don't. It's all on your in the cloud,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And since there wasn't so much stimulus everywhere, I remember like being entertained a lot by like my parents' stories.
Yeah.
And I try to tell as many stories as I can to my kids. But I just want some kind of like record or document of my life of sorts.
Yeah.
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 I feel like with this day and age, a lot of people are gonna just kind of drift away.
Yeah.
And after I'm gone, which hopefully will be a long time
Yeah.
from now, I just want my kids and maybe others to understand the life I lived, significant or not.
Yeah.
And I don't want myself or anyone to be forgotten after they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel that. Yeah. I just
Do you
asked
journal?
that. Yeah, I just asked that question because I think before and during therapy, that was probably the best tool that helped me get through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I did is I made it a practice of when I was having those difficult moments because when I had the difficult moments, to your point when you talked earlier about feeling stuck, like it was kind of like I was, I just wasn't heading down a right mental space, like it just kept staying there. So what I'd force myself to do is just write down exactly what I was feeling, and I'd jot it down, and it'd almost get to the point where you're not even really thinking, like you're just like everything that you're feeling is just coming out. And then what I did is I started making it a healthy practice to, after you write that out, then actually answer yourself. So like talk to yourself as if you were helping yourself in that moment. So with the above stuff, and then I'd always write an A for answer, and then I'd write down as if I was almost my therapist of like, it's totally understandable that this is how you're feeling right now considering X, Y, and Z. And I went through that stage, and it was pretty wild how journaling helped so much during that tough time.
Yeah, it's pretty smart.
So yeah, and it's
Never
like,
thought I'd do it in that.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I usually go into deep thought.
yeah.
Which sometimes the deep thought is what I get stuck on.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah.
Gotten a lot better at it now, more efficient.
Yeah.
Because you want to be efficient and effective with whatever you do.
Yeah.
And the efficiency part was the worst. And so it's been a lot better now, knowing that I do get stuck.
Yeah.
Keeping that in mind, keeping it
Yeah.
in the forefront. Like I need to think this out. Don't get stuck on it. Don't cycle. And that's been part of my problem is that I'll cycle. I'll just
Yep.
get caught in this loop.
Yeah.
In
Same.
my brain. I never really thought to write it out. That might even make it better. It's been pretty good now because I can kind of do what you're saying. Think about the whys, and we were talking earlier about what benefits me. Why does it benefit me? Those kind of things.
Yeah, I just noticed when I was doing it, just the writing down part helped. It was weird because I could do it in my head, or I thought I could do it in my head, but it wasn't really going anywhere. Like it was still kind of stuck there.
Which would make
But,
sense for me to do that.
Yeah.
Like I was telling you earlier that I had to write down my responses earlier.
Yeah.
There's something about the kinesthetics of writing something
It's true. Yeah.
just I absorb it better. Like so, if you went into my office and looked at my desk, there's Post-it notes everywhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're like stacked on each other.
Yep.
or I'll hang one here or hang one there. They're underneath things. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Yep.
And a lot of times I don't even know what they mean. I'll pick them up way late and I'll be like, why did I write that down?
Yeah.
But then I just think, well, this must have come and passed. It come and pass. And so I'll throw it away.
Mhm.
But there's something about like I need to remember that, or I need to think about that, or I need to do that, and I'll jot it down. And so I think I remembered everything I wrote down yesterday because I did the actual act of writing it.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'll have to think about.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about that. That's makes sense. To
Yeah.
do.
And funny, what's helpful too is, well, one, after you write, you seem to get. It's funny. I noticed I go way more in detail when I write versus when I'm thinking, and then I like to reread it after, and usually I feel pretty satisfied afterwards. And what's funny is if I'm struggling with the same thing the next day, because during that time I was struggling with a lot of the same stuff, I would just literally go back and just reread what I did, and it'd be like, and sometimes that would even be enough to be like, oh yeah, yep. Or if I needed to write something new because maybe something else came up, then it's the same thing, and it's really interesting. It helped a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You keep your journals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't went through it in a while because I use my journals in a different way too. So I use a drawing journal. So it's basically just drawing paper.
Yeah.
And that's what I utilize. So I had a section for, actual, what I called, brain dumping, and that was that spot where I would just whatever I need to do there. But then I also had like book notes, and I had different stuff throughout this journal all segmented. So I keep a lot of it for the book notes, but yeah, it's kind of a cool way to do it. And I like using drawing paper because then I can illustrate too, or I can make things like I don't have to stay between the lines and the thought process of putting stuff on there too. Yeah, it's kind of nice.
Yeah. You doodle in it?
Yeah, I have a spot for doodling. I don't
Yeah.
doodle that much, but I made a spot for
Yeah.
doodling. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I actually might have it. If I got it in my car, I'll show it to you. But it's cool. But okay, so last part here. So this is like my favorite part. Is so the previous guest made a question for you essentially.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to answer that question. You're going to create an answer for the next guest, or a question for the next guest.
Great.
So, question I had. Okay, so this is for you. So, if you could change one thing about the world right now, what would it be?
If I could change one thing about the world right now, what would it be? It's going to seem extreme.
Okay.
I would eliminate, just wipe out, delete the internet.
Okay. Tell me more. Elaborate more.
We grew up kind of in the pre-internet phase.
It was like halfway through.
It was halfway
in between.
through.
Yeah.
It was introduced to the public because I know it
Yeah.
existed before we were actually probably born.
Yeah.
From how I understand it, it was a thing, but it was a government system basically. It was very primitive. And maybe not so extreme to say internet, but social media for sure. I would eliminate social media in the platforms. I feel like the internet has created a almost an augmented reality of sorts. It's not real. It's created a real world. It brings the worst out in people.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear all these there's literally terms, and they're not great terms, that are part of our daily cultural vocabulary, like keyboard warriors, trolls.
Yeah.
These are words that we use that mean something in our society, and they're not good things.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a keyboard warrior. You don't want to be a troll. You don't want to be cyberbullied.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's a concept. That's a thing. You know. I've personally, even when I try to think of the benefits of social media, I don't think they outweigh the negatives of social media. And a lot of people say, well, MySpace and Facebook made people connect, and it's like people were connecting before then,
Yep.
just fine.
Yep.
We made our way, and you had not only that, you had to work harder for it. You had to want it a little bit. You didn't have to just get on your phone. So there's all these things, like my kids know what tech neck is. You know what tech neck is?
Is that just from looking at technology?
Where you're looking at a pad or a phone, and it actually causes spinal injury.
Yep.
That's incredibly sad.
Yeah.
That's a thing, and that they have to teach kids what it is so they don't get it. And how advertisement has infiltrated its way into it, and that's kind of how I see it for the most part. And I'm on social media.
Yeah.
I'm just as guilty of flipping through Facebook.
Yeah.
And whenever I do, I go, what am I doing? And that's what usually ends it. Is me just having this. What am I doing?
Yeah.
So I don't want to sound like a hypocrite when I say like I would delete it, get rid of it. It's evil, and being part of it.
Yeah.
But it's and I've gone without it. I probably should. This should be a catalyst for me to just kind of disconnect from that, because it's not. I don't need it.
Yeah.
No, I don't feel like anyone really does. I know a lot of people that don't have it, don't use it, don't utilize it, and they're doing just fine. And I still communicate with them and connect with them. I just find Seth doesn't. He doesn't do social media, and I still communicate with him just the same. And so I know that seems extreme, and maybe there's some compromise in that. It will never be a reality, but if I could, I would. Go back to those more simple times, I suppose, because I just felt like overall society was just a little more happy, and things were a little more simple, and the concept of celebrity was different. Where you have TikTok stars, that's weird to me. It's a weird concept. So that's the thing. It's shifted society to the point where it's like, wow, this isn't real life.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I talked about that a lot on the Q&A episode that I just released last week, because one of the questions was similar. And then honestly, that's the reason why we built this podcast, is to create real connection, because it's all artificial. And mass media exceptionalism, right? So the 2% is what we see all day through social media. So one, we're seeing 2% of what people's lives are really like, which skew our own perspective on what reality is. And then also, we only see the 2% of the exceptional and bad or good frequently through the news or media too. So it also skews reality to where then we start feeling bad about ourselves. Like, why am I not on that level? And we don't have any idea how they even got to that level or what it takes to do that. And it's unrealistic for us to put that on ourselves, right?
Correct.
So to your point, I think like most things, I think it was built. I think social media and internet, was probably built with good intentions, but sometimes good intentions can be corrupted with time, right? And if you think about it, like even right now, like we make it addictive on purpose. That's not good, right? So we make it addictive. To your point, like you're scrolling and all of a sudden you're like, wait, what am I doing on here? Same thing, right? And it causes more harm than good, and we're starting to see the side effects of it. I see more and more people disconnecting from social media, which I agree, I think is good. Because the only reason I'm on social is because of the podcast. Without the podcast, I wouldn't even be on social media myself, right? Because I catch myself on there. I think the only thing I do go on that isn't that is YouTube, right? And it's a little different, but it's still
I
similar.
do a lot of YouTubing.
Yeah.
My YouTubing's pretty intentional.
Same. It's more learning or
I don't do like the whole go to my homepage and just scroll until I find something I like. I'm pretty intentional about it.
Yeah.
Usually drum videos.
Yeah, for sure.
Drum videos or little history lessons and stuff like that. I'll listen to other podcasts, try to learn this or that on there.
Yeah.
Try to spend most of my time on Spotify. I listen to a lot.
Yeah.
It's a good question, but I'm pretty confident in that answer. because I fear for my kids a little bit
Yeah.
with that, and then it gets even. I won't go down a whole rabbit hole, but now like with the introduction of AI and how that's going to shift things is going to be even more. I'm going to say unusual for now, but I think scary.
Yeah.
It's a scary concept that a lot of people know that social media is dangerous.
Yeah.
Which is the internet in itself can be kind of dangerous. I mean, anyone with a certain piece of technology, be a phone, tablet, or whatever, you can find all sorts of things very easily.
Yeah.
At any age that you should not be seeing.
Yeah.
And I think it's great that there's like programs out there that you can put parental guards on and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's sad to me.
Yeah.
That we got to do that. That's
Agreed.
how it is. That I got to think about my parental guards. And then I don't know. It's weird that it's just like it's in such a short amount of time. It's gotten so potentially dangerous in certain cases. Like when I was talking about like cyberbullying.
Yeah.
I mean, kids have
well, that's the thing too.
ended their lives as a result of it.
Well, I think because we're not wired, right? We're not wired for technology. So how can we differentiate, especially young minds, on what's real and what's not? So cyberbullying feels just like someone was in person telling you right to your face, right? When actually it's totally not the case. And the thing about cyberbullying too is it's dumb because half the stuff people say, well, even more than that, they would never say to your face because there's always the threat of like physical violence, which in this case is not. I mean, it's actually better. It's better to know, like, hey, I'm not going to say that to you because there's a chance you could punch me in my face, right? But like, we take all that out. It's like cars is a good example. Road rage. You have a car as the barrier between you and someone else, so people are a little entitled when they're in their car about, like, hey, I'll be aggressive, and then the minute it's like, step out of the car, no, you know what I mean. So I think there's a dynamic there that's interesting. And yeah, social media too. I mean, it promotes a lot of narcissism and entitlement that wasn't there before because it's all about you, right?
Yeah, and there's these certain falsehoods that are integrated into it. I don't know how many times you've maybe experienced this, and I'm conscious of this one actually. If I put a picture of myself on Facebook and it doesn't look like me, I don't want it on there necessarily. Yeah. I don't want anyone to be duped. Yeah. Or to feel like they're being catfished in some way. I don't know how many times I've seen someone we went to high school with, a family member, who have put that phone at the right angle, with the right lighting, and they put the makeup on, and they put a filter on, and I go, that's not you. That's the internet version of you. Yeah. And the fact that you have to have an internet version of you is really sad. It'd just be you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if this didn't exist, the only thing that does exist is you. And it's just weird. It's weird for me to wrap my head around a little bit. Yeah. There's nothing authentic about that.
Not at all.
At all. So, yeah, I should probably. What's the saying? Is it put my money where my mouth is? I don't know if that applies here. That's probably the wrong saying.
Practice what you preach. Is that the other one? Put my money where my mouth is.
Edit that one. If you put I don't care if you put beeps over that, like I'm cursing a lot. What's the saying? Beep 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 beep. Yeah, practice what I preach on that. Yeah, honestly. The only reason I got back is because I do all of our Facebook promotions and events for when I have gigs. I put it on there. Yeah. But then you have your personal account back, and then, like you said, it's addicting. Exactly, what's going on in Facebook world? It's never anything good. I never find anything where I go, oh, sweet. You know, I
Exactly.
don't do it. There's
Exactly,
nothing
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And it's funny, even though I subscribe to only things that interest me,
Yeah.
Facebook doesn't care. They don't care at all. It's so funny. Like it's like the only groups I belong to. I don't have a whole lot of friends,
Mhm.
and a lot of times I'll be like, I don't know why they're a friend, and I delete friends all the time. I swear, Facebook adds friends to you that you did not add.
Really.
I'm
I've heard people say that before, and I don't
I'm
know. That's interesting.
almost.
Yeah.
I have no hard proof, but there's been multiple
Yeah.
times where I'll have friends on my
Mhm.
timeline. Once I don't even know who they are. It's happened on more than one occasion. Or it'll be people that's like I do know, but it's like I have no reason to add you. You know, it might
Yeah.
maybe it has something to do with my permissions or something. I'll figure that out. But um, yeah, it's like I subscribe to like music stuff.
Mhm.
I really love watching movies. You know,
Mhm.
big movie guy, so some movie stuff like that. You know. But then sometimes I'll be flipping through and I'll be like, all right, some music news, all that movie's coming out, the things that it wants you to see.
Yep.
And if you go past a certain threshold, then it's like 4 videos of dudes wrestling alligators or someone on a fishing boat. It's like whatever they think you
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
see. And it's super strange,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, long form answer to that
I like.
question.
Hey, that's a good one though.
Yeah.
So then, what question do you want to leave the next guest?
Was thinking about this one, and I didn't have a very good one, to be honest. It was really tough for me to come up with this. I would say, and I don't mean this in a negative way, so it's kind of got a little bit of context,
Okay.
kind of a two-parter. If it was like if it was like the last day of your life, maybe deathbed or the world's gone, whatever it might be. No, I can't even put it in that context. I guess in currently how you're feeling right now. How do I word this? You can help me.
Okay. Yes.
Basically, what is one thing that you regret,
Okay.
and if you have learned from it, what have you learned from it? Do you know
So
do you know
yes.
what I'm trying
So
to
what have
say?
you learned from a regret in your life, essentially? Something like that, or
Yeah, something to that effect.
okay. So like, what is one regret that you have, and what did you learn from that situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, if you need to reword that
Yeah.
in any way, you can even come back to it. Um, I'm always interested in that. You know, like when sometimes if I think about someone that maybe isn't doing so well, you know, I just think, man, I bet they. You always hear like those things like a life of regret,
Yep.
you know,
Yeah.
and what that means. And everyone, despite what anyone says, because some people have this philosophy that like, oh, I have no regrets, you
Yep.
know, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all have
I'm sure we all have. Yeah. Exactly.
regrets.
Yeah.
You know, it's inevitable. You know, life's messy. You know, there's gonna be
Mhm.
because there's always the left and right path. You know, and sometimes you take the right one and you go, dang, I should have took that left one.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
because sometimes you can still see that path from the other path and see what it could have done for you. Or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
For sure.
Um, I'm just always interested because there are those people where you get this idea that they're living a life of regret. You know, what could they have learned from it? What can they do differently now? And then there's people that are like, maybe even on the maybe it's just surface, but they're doing incredibly well.
Yeah.
It's like, do they have any regrets? Is there something that they could have done, you know, uh, differently, that they wanted to do differently? Is the success that they have right now more than what they wanted? Now do they have to live to a certain expectation? You
Yeah.
know, so I get interested in that.
Yeah. For sure.
You know.
There's a few concepts around that I like too. Is I was listening to this podcast and they were talking about it's not about living a life of no regrets because that's impossible. It's about choosing the regrets that you want to live with. So, for instance, like you're going to have regrets whether you choose something or you don't choose it. But which ones are the ones that basically that like if that I guess that you can live without, right? So it's I don't know. It's an interesting concept because then it just shows
regret in itself is a super complex concept because a regret is something you can't take back. So what difference does it make?
Yeah.
But it does make a difference.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
So I guess it's about being thoughtful in your decision making, right? So like if you have a fork in the road and you have to decide, you got to think, okay, well, which one would I regret more in the future, essentially? Because there's gonna be aspects of both that you're gonna regret, right?
Yeah.
So choosing the one that you can live with, essentially.
But you don't. But that's kind of the complexities of it, is because you don't have regret until after the fact.
Exactly.
You know, despite whether you make decision A or B, you don't know whether you're going to regret or not.
Yeah.
It's you know what I mean? Like there's people who have had children by accident.
Mm-hmm.
You can have couple A or couple B. They have this accidental pregnancy, not planned, however you want to word it, unplanned. And I've heard some people that say, "Oh, it's a complete blessing. I have no problems, no regrets about this," and they embrace it.
Yeah.
Then you have people who totally, you can tell that it affects their life forever. It's total. I'm robbed of my youth or my young adulthood or whatever it might be. But the circumstances on the surface are the same.
Mm-hmm.
But sample group A sees it as a regret, and this one doesn't. Mm-hmm. It's just weird concepts like that.
It is weird. It is weird because I'd say I fall into that category too of like because I actually answered this question on the Q&A of like what's biggest regret, and it's hard to come up with one for me because I always do think about that. I always think like, am I happy where I'm at? And I'd say yes. And any decision I made could have created a different outcome, whether it be good or bad, better or worse, right?
Yeah.
But I could never know that. I could never know that any decision that I would have made different would have ended up in a different place. Who knows? Maybe any decision I made could have ended up to the exact same place, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird concept. So it's like, would I trade where I am now for who I could have been? No, because I don't know who I could have been.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why the regret is a tricky situation too.
It is.
So when I did the Q&A, I thought really hard about like, well, let's just come up with a regret, something that I might have been curious about, but I still kind of end up in that same boat of like, but I don't know. So like it's rich because my answer originally, because I just did in a Q&A episode, was I regretted like maybe not sticking with music and pursuing something else, pursuing work, right? But I had that. But if I think about it, okay, so music, right? I decided to focus more on Nike and stuff like that, and doing a leadership role and kind of let music kind of fizzle out a little bit. And you could say like, okay, well, yeah, that sucks. So then maybe I wouldn't be, I wasn't playing as much music. But then also you could think, but would I be in any place differently? And what did I learn actually from choosing that? Actually choosing leadership, I learned a lot of good leadership skills, a lot of good coaching stuff. And I wouldn't be able to do the podcast now had I not had those experiences. So it's weird, right? So it's like, so you could say you regret it, yes, but actually there was a lot of good that came from it. And music you can technically always go back to, but I don't know. It's interesting.
It is.
It's a deep combo.
Yeah, because I found myself and the same. Everyone gets that question. What's that one regret you have? And I'm kind of the same way where I go, well, I mean, what do I regret?
Yeah.
Do I? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you have these people who you observe that they regret a lot.
Yeah, I've observed it. I know people.
It's definitely just like everything. There's a spectrum. There's people who regret little. There's people who regret a lot, and everything in between. But
yeah, I think it has to do with circumstance too. So when I think about people that have regrets, my assumption is they don't enjoy something about their life right now. So it's a lack of acceptance of where they are, right? So because think about it, I mean, that's the easiest thing to do is like, I don't like where I'm at right now. I regret not doing this because I assume that doing that would have equaled a different outcome than where I am now, right? So it's interesting because I've noticed that a lot when people are going through tough times. Because when I go through tough times too, it's like, yeah, you want to, yeah, well, what do I regret? Maybe I made the wrong decision somewhere or something. It's like we want to put that out of our control, right? And not take control of where we are currently and not accept.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I have, if anything, I guess I have micro regrets. That's what I'd call them.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. I never have any, I can't look back on my life. For a long time, I had this unusual regret of going to college, moving to California.
Oh, yeah.
But I take that back. Even the idea that I had that thought, it was just something I had to process through, because I just think like, man, I could have done things so much different,
Yeah.
But no, I'm really glad I experienced that and made me who I am now. But it took me a long time to get over that.
No, it's true. Yeah.
It really did. But now I just think like if I have regrets, it's usually stuff like, man, I wish I would have just spoke a little more kind to that person
That's
that
fair.
one time.
Yeah. Yep.
And through that, I guess what I learned from it is that things like that, like I should be more kind and thoughtful.
Yeah.
More aware of myself. But I'm always just kind of interested in the concept of regret.
Yeah. That is a cool concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it always kills me when people are like, no regrets. I'm like,
yeah,
you know,
for sure. Yeah.
are you sure about it? You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like, life's tough.
Wow.
You got a lot of choices to make. Small, big, medium.
For sure.
So
I'd say the people that are really vocal about no regrets probably. I'm sure that's a mask for all the regrets they actually have.
for sure.
You know what I mean? If they're advertising like no regrets, like
Yeah, it always kills me, and I'm not speaking poorly about anyone in life circumstances, but it's always like the people who just got done telling a story about something that was just like awful in their life that I would take back for them. You know what I mean? And then they always end it with that, where it's like, spent 25 years in prison for something awful I really did. No regrets. It's like, and they'll try to justify it like they learned something. I'm like, I'm glad they learned something from it, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure you regret doing what you did,
Yeah.
Maybe some people not.
I mean, I get that.
Maybe some people they think, oh, that's the best thing that happened to me because I got to clean myself up. But
yeah,
there's always there's a certain personality out there,
Yeah.
We know who that person is, the no regrets person.
Yeah, I can see that. I could see the difference too between, like, I think there's a difference between finding the silver lining in the situation that presented itself that versus also maybe downplaying what happened or
it's a good way to
minimizing it.
To put the screen in front of something.
Yeah,
it's a good way, easy way to do it.
Exactly.
No regrets. No regrets. We know the no regrets person. They're out there. They're like the one upper. Everyone knows the one upper.
Yeah.
So
it's fun.
Yeah.
Well, that takes us to it. So Tony, I'm glad we got to connect today. I'm glad you were good with coming on the podcast.
It was great.
When I first made a list of people to have on the podcast, you were on that list.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we got to connect. I know we're going to be doing something fun later, so I guess I can plug this here. We're going to do some fun music, getting the whole band together to do some fun little, have a fun little conversation. So that'll come after this. But yeah, so thanks for coming on.
All right, strength and honor.
Oh yes, strength and honor.